for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. The Democrats don't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy, we ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too, bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard, you and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. Yep, then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me, speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing, nothing about a woman on a day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electric light to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Sorry to keep y'all waiting. Go Eagles. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. And I am Cheyenne Crewman, your host. And we're joined with our other host, Lady Chase. She's somewhere in the background lurking. And then we got Shabaka, our West Coast correspondent for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which is the division of Frontline Black News. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant, soon to be deported city, where it is a bombing.
Greetings to you, to the Mile High City from Sin City out here. Okay, yeah, the Philadelphia Beagles.
Hold on, Shabaka, I gotta do the intro. So thank y'all for tuning in to season 4, episode 46, part 2 of Frontline Black News. Sorry, I'm getting tongue tied. And we were discussing several things. The first thing that we were discussing is Neely Fuller Jr., RIP to our master teacher and warrior scholar, Neely Fuller Jr. He was very influential in several of our icons' lives, including Dr. Francis Luella Cress Welsing, who was also a master teacher and warrior scholar. So we celebrate our heroes and sheroes all year round, not just during the coldest and shortest month of the year. So shout out to him. We got him, and then we got these damn Trumpsters. So apparently they haven't voted remorse, but I'm gonna save that one for tomorrow. We got FBAs should side with Trump on DEI for one reason only. Then we got rest and honor again to our master teacher, warrior, scholar, Neely Fuller Jr. Neely Fuller Jr. Tribute to the master teacher, Neely Fuller Jr. in Understanding White Supremacy Part 1. Neely Fuller Jr. in Understanding White Supremacy Part 2. Arby's worker told to erase proof of racist attack, surveillance footage kept secret. Then we got update settlement reached after cops shoot at black man 96 times over seatbelt violation. The truth about Pan-Africanism. Uncle Luke tells people to stop crying because he tried to warn them about the dump, as in human shit. And last but certainly not least, we got Cat Williams checks the shit out of a Mexican heckler.
All right. Okay, very good. Okay, very, very good. And then also, too, I just want to say this here. As far as sports is concerned, fuck the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hey, man, Dr. D wouldn't like that, Shabaki.
Oh, him and I be going back and forth with it for real, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Him and I.
That's the only satisfaction I have. The Queefs lost. They didn't get a three-peat. So that's great news. Great news. Great news.
That's horrible news. As long as
you wanted them to get a three-peat, I'm confused. It's either you wanted them to get a three-peat or you didn't want them to get a three-peat.
Well, I was hoping Kansas City would have pulled it off.
So you wanted them to get a three-peat. So they could be 2 games, 2 Super Bowls above us, and we have to play catch-up? Hell no.
Yeah, that would have been even greater news. You know what I'm saying? With the GMO oats.
Ain't no GMO. Y'all shipwrecked in the whole of the ship. That can't go
on. Man, the damn ship is sunk. We're trying to raise the motherfucker off the ocean floor, man. Raiders is in bad shape, man, in bad shape. But they did something smart. They fired the fucking coach. You know what I'm saying? And they need to fire the whole goddamn coaching staff, you know. So I really wish Al Davis was here, man, because this bullshit is unacceptable. It really is. This is unacceptable. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully, you know, we'll get the coach out of Colorado State, you know, Deion.
No, you can keep on Chewbacca. It's not coming to Vegas. I was about to say Joplin, but he's not coming to Vegas. He's not doing that.
He's not coming to Vegas. Oh man.
No.
Well,
let me play this while I'm pulling up the queue. So this is a added thing I wanted Shabaka to say, because I told Shabaka I was going to cover this yesterday. But African Americans, men and families, Black Americans, received in Burkina Faso by Ibrahim Traoré.
That's what I tried to tell you about yesterday.
Yeah, lady
Ibrahim Traoré.
I know. Yeah, Traoré.
And Trump is shocked.
So,
okay.
I'm looking for this cue. I'm out to start it.
Let's see what's going on.
Your children, descendants of the formerly enslaved.
That's us.
They have waited over 400 years to return the spirits of their ancestors back home to Africa. When the children of Africa were taken out of Africa as slaves,
thank you for joining us.
all they ever wanted to do was to come back home to Africa. Each and every one of them that you see, many of them are coming to Africa for the first time. They're bringing with them the spirits of their ancestors to put them to rest here in Burkina Faso.
Let me go to the comments.
I am moved and very happy to see you here in Burkina Faso since the events of the SNC. It is more than a pleasure that you have chosen to come here to Burkina. You have surely been told that it is a country frequentable. We told you that it's death here, it's war.
C'est un pays infréquentable. On vous a dit que c'est la mort ici, c'est la guerre. Il n'y a que du négatif.
There is only negative. We painted Burkina black here, only blood flows, weapons. This is what is said elsewhere. Thank God you arrived safely. You were able to be about the lasso, live with us, our culture. What binds us Africans, you were able to communicate.
Être à propos du lasso, vivre avec nous notre culture, ce qui nous lie, nous Africains.
With many other nationalities who came to celebrate with us, everything went very well. You are of our standing, and I hope that you are very well received, very well lodged, and that you managed to communicate with your brothers here. It is one important message that you send too.
Hello, Black brothers and sisters. I hope you're all doing fine. I'm sharing this speech by Dr. Rikana and Ibrahim Traoré, where they are calling out the Western countries to stop interfering into the affairs of Black people. Now, they are calling out all African countries and Black people around the world to unite. And they say this is the time the Black children who are outside Africa to come back home. So let's watch this video, then have a very quick discussion at the end of it. Thank you so much.
To President Traoré, the reincarnation of Thomas Sankara.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, they killed him.
President Traoré, who has led the struggle to complete the unfinished business that was started by our ancestors and our Pan-African leaders in 1963 when they created the Organization of African Unity. During that meeting, they demanded the creation of an Africa that spoke with one voice, an Africa that was united. That journey is yet to be finished. What is happening in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in Niger, is just the beginning of a revolution that is way past due for Africa.
Okay. Get rid of them goddamn devils.
Africa must unite. And Burkina Faso has shown us the way. They have opened the doors. They have shown us that the bully can be defeated. That no more shall we continue to give up our lunch. That we too need to eat. And therefore, there is no negotiating the bully. The bully had to go, and Burkina Faso showed us how to do it. So, Mr. President, I bring you your children. They have waited over 400 years to return the spirits of their ancestors back home to Africa. When the children of Africa were taken out of Africa as slaves, back home to Africa. Each and every one of them that you see, many of them are coming to Africa for the first time. They're bringing with them the spirits of their ancestors to put them to rest here in Burkina Faso. And that's mission number one. Mission number two, we have watched you, Mr. President. You stand for everything that we have hoped for in an African man.
See, that's where I was that's why I stand on the square that I stand on.
Courageous, fearless, and in their faces. France, unapologetically, you told France, pack your bags and go home.
All right. But they got a flaw, and I'm going to mention the flaw.
You, Mr. President, and the people of Burkina Faso have done it, and we have a responsibility to support you. You have over 300 million African diaspora who are looking up to you. We are here to show you that we are with you. We support you. We are behind you, and we will not let you down. Many of us were told, don't go to Burkina Faso. It's a war-torn country. Guns all over the street. Mr. President, we want you to know that the more they told us not to go to Burkina Faso, the more we ran to Burkina Faso. No one tells them not to go to Europe, to their countries of origin. Therefore, no one will tell us not to come home to Burkina Faso. So mission number two is to let you, Mr. President, know that you and the citizens of Burkina Faso have done all the heavy lifting. The least we can do is to support you. So we are here. Our third mission is to see what can we do, Mr. President, to play our part in building the Burkina Faso we want.
Je suis ému et très content de vous voir.
I am moved and very happy to see you here in Burkina Faso since the events of the SNC. It is more than a pleasure that you have chosen to come here to Burkina. You have surely been told that it is a country frequentable. We told you that it's death here, it's war.
C'est un pays infréquentable. On vous a dit que c'est la mort ici, c'est la guerre. Il n'y a que du négatif.
There is only negative. We painted Burkina black here, only blood flows, weapons. This is what is said elsewhere. Thank God you arrived safely. You were able to be about the lasso, live with us, our culture. What binds us Africans, you were able to communicate.
Être à propos du lasso, vivre avec nous notre culture, ce qui nous lie, nous Africains.
With many other nationalities who came to celebrate with us, everything went very well. You are of our standing, and I hope that you are very well received, very well lodged, and that you managed to communicate with your brothers here. It is one important message that you send to.
C'est un message important que vous envoyez à tout le monde.
Everyone, and nay, you will be the ambassadors of this message when you return home, that Burkina is very frequentable. We live in Burkina Faso. What they want to make you believe that is not the Burkina is what he draws to get people to flee Burkina, and they depict all of.
C'est ce qu'il dessine pour amener les gens à fuir le Burkina. Et c'est toute l'Afrique qu'il dépeint comme ça.
Africa like that for them. Africa is misery. Africa is famine. Africa is war. which is responsible for these wars, we need to unite. But they have always been there to divide us to be able to reign better. Slavery our ancestors experienced. Until today, we are fed up in our.
Mais ils ont toujours été là pour nous diviser, pour pouvoir mieux régner. L'esclavage.
Flesh, but it continues. The grandfather was deported, torture, and still, when they had their war, we supported him. They paid us in monkey money. Others were killed when they tried to claim. Several of them died in their village. With the after effects of the war, never recognized the work of the African our mission. It is first of all to awaken Africa, and who better than you from the diaspora, to make people understand what Africa is. When I see you united in this association, I feel even more proud, because it is all we ask for. Today our fight is to be able to unite, because united we are strong. To divide we are weak. They have always worked to divide us. I urge you to spread the message, so that Africa can unite. We have been lucky or unlucky enough to live through war for several years, and at one point we had to say enough is enough. We are fed up.
Ils ont toujours travaillé à nous diviser. Je vous exhorte à passer le message pour que l'Afrique puisse s'unir.
We have taken our responsibilities, and we let us realize today more than ever that we were right to take our responsibilities. Because these armies were installed here, were never able at any time to monitor our territory, to see the terrorists who came to kill us, and
nous nous rendons compte aujourd'hui plus que jamais que nous avons eu raison de prendre nos responsabilités. Parce que ces armées étaient installées ici.
Leave with all the means they had. When we asked to leave today, we were able to acquire a good number of means which allows us to wage our war, and to ward off the threat, and to indicate, I would say, we were able to equip our forces and reconstitute our armies. They don't like that. Obviously, they will create other plans, but we are here and we will hold on thanks to you, who are far from them who support us.
Mais nous sommes là et nous tiendrons grâce à vous.
About cowardice is and like he goes into like a little.
Oh, okay. It's a couple more minutes. I'll let him finish.
I don't know. It's a long one.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's long. Go ahead. Go move forward, man.
I'm just gonna.
You don't get the time to go move forward.
I'm just gonna play the part too. They show the people.
Like I'm saying, just move forward. You don't get the time for it. Move forward.
It's like but, I just want to play like 3 more minutes. That's it.
I'm saying though.
We will always stand because the African is resilience. We have suffered enough. The first thing you could do for Africa is to send the positive message. Enough looting, enough death. It is time that we unite and work. We only ask to live with dignity, to live. Free, pass the message to awaken consciences. Some leaders always try to put their people to sleep and continue to pierce their people for the benefit of the West. This must stop. Who better than you to convey this message to the different people? Africa must wake up. Young people must wake up and no longer allow the same policy continue. It is not possible. Africa is still virgin. Everything is business in Africa. Look at how our cities are. We can also develop our health and education systems. We can develop everything. So in this rich diaspora, we have all the specialties. Today in Burkina, we are thinking about set up one university polytechnic just to train scientific engineers, and I think you will be welcome to learn the second time, because as long as we do not train the youth so that we ourselves can produce and transform here on site, we will always remain slaves. Sovereignty is all together.
There was like a minute left I was gonna play.
We are fighting for food self-sufficiency. Those who can invest in the agri-food industry to transform our products here. You are welcome, producing us everything here. Everything grows on our soils. We have experienced everything. After a year or so, everything grows in Burkina. Those who want to invest in agriculture are welcome. Those who want to invest in processing are welcome. Education, we want to. Transform the school, because the formatting that we are currently experiencing, it is from the school. They have channeled us, so that the intellectuals for the most part cannot think, get out of the furrows that they have a trace. Thank God the conscious ones are waking. We need more. We need to change the educational system. You are welcome. And there are many other paths. They were in plundering our wealth. Today we are regaining control. And we are never going to leave our wealth behind, because we want to live. We want to see our children cared for, educated, grow up in peace and live in a healthy environment. So we are open, and you will be welcome in Africa to develop.
Donc, nous sommes ouverts et vous serez les bienvenus en Afrique pour développer votre continent.
Your continent, to unite your continent, and to pass on the message of this unity. It is very important. Continue to pass on the message, so that the young people wake up, who no longer leaves us leaders, to make slaves for others. This should not be allowed. There are.
It's a good start. Oh, shit.
Ça ne doit pas être permis. Il y a certains pays aujourd'hui où nous avons envie de passer des messages.
Certain countries today where we want to send messages, but I think that your voices carry even more because you are ambassadors. Wherever you are, whether in America, in Europe, your Caribbean, you are ambassadors. And when you speak, it can wake you up, and I urge you.
Je vous exhorte à parler.
Okay, so we're ambassadors apparently.
We can live there.
Where's that part?
Just, yeah, I don't be good at that.
We don't have 40 minutes to listen to it though.
Forward, you got your other own.
I was just waiting to get this cue going.
Go ahead.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on what we just watched?
Okay, I commend President Traore of what he's doing. The first thing they need to do is kick out goddamn Coca-Cola. Okay?
Yeah.
What they need to do is nationalize their minerals. They need to get their fucking military together. Now, the question is this genuine? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is he genuine? Okay, I do not think.
I see he is genuine, Shabaka.
Yeah,
I mean, they keep referring to him as Thomas Sankara. We put a battery in Thomas Sankara's back to do what he did.
Mm-hmm. And then also, too, as you know, the words of Rene Chirac, I'm going to paraphrase him, the former president of France, and it's quite obvious that Burkina Faso at one time was a colony of France.
Yeah, it was Upper Volta. It was either Upper or Lower Volta.
Volta, right, yeah, you are correct on that. And Rene Chirac.
Hey everybody, this is Mark Blanton, and this is...
Of how they felt that we bled Africa for 400 years, okay, and we convinced them that they were nothing, okay. The French convinced them that these cave beasts were superior, okay, and then on top of that, is good in theory of what he's saying is, but the first thing he needs to do is get rid of the fuck out of Coca-Cola, or if Coca-Cola is going to stand there, quadruple their damn fees that they're paying. So therefore, what they're doing is taking Coca-Cola's revenue, upgrading the quality of life for them in Burkina Faso, okay, and then kick the goddamn French up out of there.
Yeah, they already kicked the French out.
Totally. No, Brother Trey. No, hear me out, Brother Trey. I'm talking about totally, absolutely, and unconditionally. Don't even speak their goddamn language. You see what I'm saying? And when them sons of bitches come over there to visit, even get in their fucking pocket, break their stinking, no ass wiping, funky, filthy ass.
No, remember, Shabaka, they took the toilet paper. Remember, they took the toilet paper out of Guinea Conakry.
Yeah, Conakry, I believe. Yeah.
No, Conakry. It's Guinea Conakry. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so once again, demoralization. You see what I'm saying? Because they tried their damnedest to demoralize,
including the toilet paper.
Yeah, well, see, that's part of demoralization. You see what I'm saying?
They took the toilet paper, y'all.
Yeah,
They took
I
the
know.
damn paper.
I know.
They didn't even do it with the toilet paper.
Yeah, I know. And by the way, fuck the Philadelphia Eagles.
Why are you so mad? You act like the Raiders lost or something.
That's why.
Well, the only thing I can say about that is this. But then again, I don't want to be, well, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me retract that. I don't want to be too cold on Philadelphia because after all, it is the city where former heavyweight champion Joe Frazier was from.
And it's the city of brotherly love. It's where Eddie Murphy played in Trading Places.
I know. But Eddie Murphy, I really wish he would upgrade his roles because the role he played in Coming to America, that was semi-positive.
All night long.
Yeah, that was semi-positive, you know, talking about, what was it? What was the country it was from? Awunda or something like that? Not Rwanda. Huh?
Jumanji?
No. Zamunda, that was it.
Zamunda.
Yeah.
The Prince of Zamunda.
Yeah, he was the Prince of Zamunda. You know what I mean?
Coming to America, Shabaki.
Yeah, yes, sir. And then of course James Earl Jones, you know what I mean, where he played his dad.
Okay, I'm RIP to our master teacher, Neely Fuller Jr. On code 5. We live, breathe, eat, sleep, eat this every single day. The code. But we're going more in depth in it. Okay, so Uncle Phil's gonna give the announcement.
Okay.
We're going to play some hip hop cartoons. Oh, and Mad Black TV. We gotta play his take.
Okay.
Brother passed away on the 1st of February. He has transitioned. He is, went to join, his great colleague, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. And that is, both of them are icons in Black history, both of them.
And don't forget,
I always
Dr.
told you that Black history is being made every day. It's not just the figures of the past, but it's the current
Black history, man, has been here since the beginning of time.
Is one of the greats in
Black
America.
Right.
And we definitely loved his teachings. I mean, he broke down racism, white supremacy to the letter, literally. If you haven't read his book, the book Breaking Down Racism, White Supremacy, the whole title is slipping my mind. I got the book. It's just slipping my mind. Y'all know the book I'm talking about, the main book that he wrote, that big thick one, Breaking It Down. I'm telling you, he broke it down. We're gonna play a video from him tonight, just to reiterate, some of the things that the brother was saying. Then we'll get into DEI, based on the numbers.
Okay.
If any Black person is defending DEI after we go through this tonight, then you need to look at them like either you just don't know what you're talking about, or clearly you know what you're talking about, or I don't know what's going on with you. But DEI did not benefit Black Americans at all. And then I have to pose a question to a lot of you who want to defend DEI, to the core. And we definitely get into that.
Counter racist code.
So, also, ladies and gentlemen, it is Black History Month, and like I said, every day we're making Black history. And in honor of Black History Month, on the African Diaspora News Channel app, on the annual subscription side, so we are offering a 20% discount tonight. Beautiful, love to see it. Remember, these check it out, because let me tell you something. Politics all the time gets on your nerves. It's toxic.
But ain't that what you always saying, though?
What's that?
I'm telling you that.
Okay, well, that's all I was gonna play, Lady Che, of that clip. So I'm gonna play Mad Black TV, the the most toxic black man on the internet.
You ain't talking about Jesse Peterson.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Black, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. And I am black up in your face again with some pro-black commentary. I wish this was a video I didn't have to do, but it has come to my attention that one of our greatest and best warrior scholars, Neely Fuller Jr., has passed away. And you know, it's sad.
That's all I was gonna play.
Sad to hear that, but
I just played it.
He left us probably one of the best and one of the greatest legacies.
Well, some people
that any black scholar has ever left us. You know, in my opinion, Neely Fuller Jr., with the work that he did as far as breaking down
he's a businessman,
the context and the codes of white supremacy and how we can deal with it.
It's not in person.
He should be counted within the pantheon of our great black scholars and heroes. So for me personally, I would say that
that's your VG.
People like Dr. Henry Clark and Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben and Ivan Van Sertima were kind of like my go-to for black history. And then you have people like Dr. Amos Wilson and Dr. Francis Cress Welsing were like my go-to for black psychology and the black psyche. And Neely Fuller Jr. was more of a go-to for kind of like just the black social element, like dealing with the social elements within the black community and within this country. It had a little bit of psychology in there as well. That's why Neely Fuller and Dr. Welsing worked together. And, you know, she was mentored by him with a lot of his writings and his studies. So, you know, some of that stuff kind of overlaps and dovetails together. But, you know, hearing that he passed away was just sad news for me. And I'm sure it was to a lot of you folks out there. But I'm happy that his work didn't just go by the wayside. Like, you know, I appreciate that he wrote the book and that, you know, over the last 2 decades or so, he was able to do a lot more interviews. So there's a lot of audio of him out there, like modern times audio of him out there talking about and giving his talking points and going over his philosophies. And even to the point where it became so popular that he had a big resurgence on the internet, especially like places like YouTube, where he was even used in, you know, people use his voiceover in their own content. And, you know, Carlito's Way would actually even make cartoons of Neely Fuller. And he did it to the point where even Neely Fuller acknowledged that he appreciated that because he said those cartoons give a good visual of the subjects that he's talking about. And I think, you know, Carlito's Way, also known as hip hop cartoons on YouTube, was a great, you know, should be given a lot of support and thanks for him giving young people a window to learning about Neely Fuller Jr. and keeping Neely Fuller's
can get an idea of what
ideals alive. You know what I mean? Like I think that brother deserves a lot of credit for that, and I appreciate what he's done. Because just in a pop culture type way, he's kind of given Neely Fuller over to the pop culture. You know what I mean? So, you know, a lot of young people can get the ideas of what Neely Fuller was about, and also teaching them lessons about dealing with white supremacy in this world. And what I appreciate about Neely Fuller was the fact that his teachings weren't religious based. His teachings weren't based on it wasn't really mainstream academia.
Yes.
It was based on his pure observations, and it was almost very matter of fact. You know what I mean? To the point where some people, it might have even turned off because it was not based in any type of real emotion or a spiritual context. It was purely matter of fact. That's one of the things I appreciated about it, and because it was so down to earth, it was easy for lots of people in different groups to grasp. You know, it was all very common sense stuff, like in the context of what someone like Malcolm X gave us. I think that's one of the reasons Malcolm X was so successful, is because he was also very matter of fact and straightforward.
Yeah, he was.
That people can hear his voice and see what he's talking about and observe the things that he's saying. Right. So Neely Fuller was in that. I put him in that category as far as like simplifying a lot of things for us.
He did. He made it plain and simple.
You know, his work really gives a lot of great insight into basically the devilry that we deal with from white supremacy and their mindset in the context of how we're dealing with how white supremacists deal with black people. And he even gave some deeper insight into ourselves and our own mentality that has been warped by white supremacy. That's why we interact with each other the way we do, right? Like one of my favorite things that Neely Fuller talks about is, you know, the kind of the divide with black people to the point where we automatically think negatively about each other and automatically want to argue with each other, but we have a completely different attitude and thought process when it comes to dealing with white folks, right? And he says that that's all part of the white supremacy aspect. That's part of the brainwashing that we've gone through, right? The fact that we have these negative interactions with each other, and, you know, we completely change our whole mode of thinking when it comes to dealing with white people. This is one of the reasons why I get on a lot of people within the, you know, the swirling movement or the divester movement or the passport bro movement, because they're living examples of that. You know, when it comes to other black people, we're always overly judgmental. It's always negative. We always see each other in the worst light. But when it comes to white folks, we see they see them almost as angelic or something great, and they'll even change their own behavior and, you know, have these positive interactions, not realizing that the way you've changed and the way that you're interacting with these white people is why you have these positive outcomes. Or you'll have a negative interaction with a white person, but in your mind you'll try to switch it around to make it seem as if it was positive. You see? So, you know, it's so many great things and so many great lessons that Neely Fuller Jr. gave us. And it's a tragic loss, but it is also, this is also a good time that we can celebrate what he gave to us and keep his legacy alive by teaching
he had a brother up here
what he taught us about dealing with white supremacy and passing it on to the next generations. You know, and you can do that in whatever way you think is good. You know, whether you want to do a blog, if you want to just talk about it with people in private, if you want, like I said, what Carlito did and actually make cartoons about it,
Carlito's way,
do that. You know, I think even brothers like
Carlton Way,
Alex L. Artwork has included and used some of Neely Fuller's teachings within his own comics and comic strips.
Yep.
Or, you know, you might be someone who's in academia who wants to use what Neely Fuller put out there to, you know, write the next ISIS papers the same way Dr. Francis Cress Wilson did. Right? So he has a great influence and is somebody that even maybe if you don't know who he is, or if you don't know maybe you never heard of him before, maybe he is someone who might have influenced you just with his own teachings and his works through one of these other people.
Yeah.
So,
they both influenced me.
A lot of respect and a big thanks to Neely Fuller Jr. I hope that, you find your way amongst the other ancestors, and, my condolences to his family members. And once again, just a big thank you to the work that you put out there, because it is greatly appreciated, and it was so necessary for us dealing with this situation that is white supremacy in America.
Yeah.
So, you folks can let me know your memories, or maybe just the influence that you got from Neely.
Oh yeah, well I already let y'all know, but I came in contact with his work about 13 years ago. And I've been codified ever since. I mean, I was on code then, I just didn't know it. But yeah, I helped redefine myself with the code, get myself reacquainted with the code, and I've been a follower since. So there was a few of the hip hop cartoon videos I was gonna play. They're like 5, 10, 20. One is 20 minutes. The other ones are 5 minutes. So the one I was gonna play was gonna be the tribute to him, which I think I already played. I already played the tribute video, right? I did that on Enhanced. So I'm gonna play the smooth operation, what white racism and white supremacy is, the white supremacist agenda, and the understanding the system of racism and white supremacy. Oh, that one's too long. We can't do that one. That one we could do a whole show on that one alone. That damn thing is 2 hours long.
I wish you could talk about the one that they found about the gay agenda.
Oh yeah.
That was good.
Do you remember the name of it, the title of that one?
Oh, I'm saying we should find that one.
Yeah. That was a good one.
Really good.
Neely Fuller Jr., y'all, was the one that told me and several others back when he was on Blog Talk Radio that the white supremacists are going to create 50 different genders.
Yeah. For confusion. Now let me see. You're gonna have a confused motherfucker shoving ketchup up his ass, talking about that he's a woman.
Oh, Shabaka, if you watch the Super Bowl, they had a breast cancer commercial. They had a commercial for breast cancer. They kept showing the biddies. They were showing the biddies. They were showing the biddies. They were showing off the biddies, like all varieties of biddies, showing them, and then they were like, "This is for breast cancer research." And I was like,
well, like I told you, what they did in San Francisco a few years back, where the women went out there bare chested.
They were showing the jiggly wigglies and everything. Did you?
Yeah, and they
jabs,
indecent exposure. Hey, jab. Okay, and then they're gonna turn around and write these women tickets for indecent exposure.
Well, they were all covered up, Shabaka. They had the jugs covered up, but they were for breast cancer research.
Okay.
Yep, I have a half hour show, most of it. Okay. I had the entire half hour show. Oh, okay, got you.
Okay, and then and they received tickets for indecent exposure in the city of San Francisco.
Yes.
So they're gonna let a naked ass man down the street talking about their rights. And you got children out there, man, looking at this bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Lady
Che. You just tell him afterwards. You heard me.
Well, he's here right now, though.
You just tell him I'll go step off this subject.
Okay. Oh my God. All right, I'm gonna play this video, Shabaka.
All right.
It's called The Smooth Operation. That's what racial supremacy is, a smooth gangster operation.
Listen. If you do not understand white supremacy, what it is, and how it works. Everything else that you understand will only confuse you. Now sometimes people say, well, you mean everything that I understand will confuse me if I don't understand racism? Yes, because racism is the dominant political and religious motivating force among the people of the planet in all 9 areas of activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. That covers just about everything that any person, minute by minute, might be doing or engaged in any time of day or night, anywhere on the planet. Oh, yes, that's why as I become aware of things, because the white supremacists are always coming up with something, some refined way of practicing white supremacy. Once you get something started, you keep trying to improve it. That's whether you're making an airplane or a motor car or a lawnmower or a telephone. I mean, improvements have been made. So the white supremacists understand that universal principle. Once you get something going, you start looking at it and double checking it and whatnot and say, I wonder if I can improve this. So the white supremacists are always trying to improve on the system of white supremacy to make it what? More powerful, more refined, more smooth in its operations. It used to be they just walked around all day, or rode around all day looking for a black person to lynch in order to keep them in place. Now and then, they will kill a black person here and there. Mostly they got black people killing each other. That's a part of the smooth operation. Hey, somebody figured out some time ago. Why not just put them in a frame of mind where they have hostility toward each other and plant that seed in the schools and everywhere else where they become rebellious against the teacher and whatnot because the teacher's not teaching anything that they think they can use. And then next thing you know, that spills into the streets and then they carry it into the streets and then they start glorifying it in their songs and whatnot, mistreating each other. And get them to doing that, cutting each other up on Saturday night, like they did in the Northwestern Hemisphere and other places. In the old days, they used knives and razors.
Yeah,
you just regular ritual. Black people go out,
knives
get
and
drunk,
razors,
start a fight, and kill each other on Saturday night. And then back to the mines, back to the plantations, back to the farms and whatnot, back to the factories on Monday. Okay, and a lot of songs reflected that. And actually, some of them kind of urged it on, like this is part of black culture. That's what we do. Saturday night is get drunk and kill each other night. Okay, and then go to church on Sunday morning and ask for forgiveness, and then back under the slave master's job on Monday. That was the sequence. And so the white supremacists thought of doing all this. Why? Because, hey, they don't let anything happen that they're not orchestrating one way or another or steering it. That's the way the system, the prison system of white supremacy works.
Yes.
So that's just it. They refine it as they go along. Now, some people have said they've seen some cartoons of my work on the internet that have been presented. And that it pretty well embellishes what I have been trying to say in my textbooks. And to the extent that it does that, well, that has been, from what I understand, some people reported to me a plus. Because they didn't understand what I had written very well, but when they saw those cartoons that just repeated what I was saying and attaching my name to it and came right out of the book, the material did, they say that they better understood it. And I can understand that because people are kind of visual, particularly in the year 2021 now, more visual than ever.
That was 4 years ago.
Ever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what are your quick thoughts on that one,
Okay, I
Shabaka?
couldn't find the video of the women fundraising for the breast cancer research. They systemically had took it down.
They did like I said, you could probably find the Super Bowl halftime commercial about it. They did do a commercial on it earlier tonight.
That shit was laced with cut the check moments.
Yeah, it was. It really was.
I mean, everybody was really like B1, really B1. Like FBA was like listening deeply. You could hear all the big cut the check. Fucking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just recorded the halftime show.
I mean,
they let me get away with recording the halftime show.
That was pretty decent.
They'll tear it down.
Just literally a little piece here and there, little line.
They blocked it in certain territories though.
Oh yeah. God forbid.
And by the way, I've been cussing motherfuckers out on Facebook tonight.
You gotta stop doing that shit. They're gonna take your page. You don't. Your outlet to Facebook because we don't have access.
Too, but I'm not sure.
But you don't have all the same. You don't even have. Okay.
Look, they only allow me to load 10 friends at a time, man. I'm on punishment.
Okay.
I'm only allowed to accept 10 friends at a time.
Or okay, what's OBS?
Your girl dirty.
What is OBS? He said he has it saved on his PC.
That's the platform he used.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. They can't stop that. Okay, crew. All right.
Yeah, when you do that right now, they are doing that to me. Like, it's a fact. It's a factual fact.
Yeah, they took her off of Twitter and YouTube.
Like, I'm permanently banned from Twitter. I'm thoroughly almost about to be banned from motherfucking YouTube. They're about to one more. They damn near strike the whole fucking channel, and like punish you till I can't look at nothing really. And I got drop out one more time. That kind of time.
3 strikes you're out.
And for no goddamn reason. See, so there's no
real. Lady K, you need to document it. Okay, Lady K, you need to document it. We got to haul their asses into the San Mateo County courts and fuck with them if we can for violating the First Amendment, the freedom of speech. So we're gonna feed them their bullshit to them backwards, and it's an uphill battle.
Yeah, it's a streaming platform, Shabaka.
I already know what OBS is.
But Shabaka didn't know.
Okay, crew.
I can't do. I just made it. Give me. I need some contact information. So
I can get all that. I have it direct.
I know, but I need. I gotta wait for you to get to me.
Because I have a direct line on Twitter to him.
All right, well, whatever, cause
Lady K can use your help, crew.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't.
So I'm gonna message you on Twitter about it.
Because I can't post. I can't do a show. So that means they can't show what's going on over here in Aurora that I actually live in.
Yeah.
I'm the one that lives in Aurora.
Yeah.
And all the shit going on is over here in my end, like literally 6 blocks from my house. Yeah. So like I can't show that. I can't show the serious shit that is happening over here when we talk about the immigrants and whatnot.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
I can't do all that. Like, oh my god, here we go. I took my medicine. It's like it's letting out the inner monster. So. like you thought I was an asshole earlier, and this medicine only makes it like numb. I was like, I don't know who. Like I said, I don't know who this person is. No, that the inner asshole that I've been trying to suppress all day is out.
Let me tell him.
No, I want you to email me.
I'll send him your email address.
Because I have to wait for Jesse.
Oh my god, I have a direct line.
Nothing will happen. Like
Twitter.
you don't realize that we live separate lives, right?
Oh my god.
And so whatever you think is happening, you send it over there to Jesse. The dog don't see it.
Oh my god.
Dog don't see nothing. Dog don't see anything.
Oh
Anything, whether you help or what, I don't know about it because you don't tell me.
She does know about it. Those are lies.
No, don't. Why would
She
I
has
tell? Why
access
to
to everything.
I don't lie.
She has access to everything, y'all.
But I don't know if nobody tells me. It's not like I'm actively fucking way through shit. I don't know. So I say directly. That means you, sir, Ray, hit me up directly so that I can have that. So because I'm the one that needs the help.
He can't because you're blocked on Twitter. So I'm gonna have to hit him up.
Right. Go ahead. Do whatever. But you see what I'm saying though? Just so that because I actually need it, and when you can't post your broadcast anywhere, and you don't necessarily that proficient in OBS, i.e., I am not. I already sent a little message to Kari to help me out because he's easily accessible.
Yeah.
Like, easily
I'm surprised he ain't popped up yet. Where you at, Kahari?
So if I already did that, then I know that I'm hitting someone else up. It's because there's a real issue. So you dig?
Yeah, I got you. I'm in there right now.
You dig what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
Like, that's what Jesse's talking about. Not all messages that are given to Jesse are necessarily shared with the other person. You dig? So when I say directly, that means to me because I'm always left out of everything. I don't know about nothing.
Which one do you want me to send to him?
What? Send what?
Email.
Obviously the fucking seduction one.
Seduction or brandy load?
Pick one, Jesse. I'll read it. Just pick one. Card. See, speaking of devil, you
there he is. We done conjured
What's up,
Kahari up. We were just asking about you, little bro.
Conjured you, Kari. I conjured you. Oh, he's in sleep. He heard the message from the doctor.
Oh, he's asleep.
I sent you an email, brother, like a little bit ago, a couple days ago. Since you asked you to hit me up because I can't get out to nothing. So, Shadow Bear.
You're gonna have to email her because she can't.
Yeah, just put it in. Just give it to Ray.
She's having problems seeing right now.
Yeah, Ray, just send me a message and put the way your title is.
I'm sending it to you now.
And then we'll leave it at that. And I'll get back to y'all like sometime tomorrow afternoon, because I gotta tap out. I can't really see it. I feel like I'm talking so loud.
Okay, I just sent it to you.
The medicine I took is supposed to be to help me rest, and when you've been drinking, that shit be like, whoa.
Yeah.
So the volume is like
the
volume is like 50,000 times so loud in my head, right? But I would be like this, but this only makes the what this is right here that you're witnessing. He doesn't see this often, so this right here is like, yeah, she took a medicine. That's what it was. She probably took a medicine, like she didn't take a nap, so she tried to take a little nap. I got serious insomnia, so I took my medicine so I could take a nap, so I could go to somewhere in the morning, early, and then she was like, "Yeah, all right, bitch." You thought so? We are demon time.
Oh no, not demon time, cuz.
We are like major CP demon time. We're major interruptions. You're not experiencing, fogging your TV. The doll is on live 10 times live. Like that. Like
you're on some lakeside. You're just all the way live.
All the way live. You know what I mean? Have you ever really heard the words to this song?
Yeah.
Probably like 2 whole sentences. And then they get with the band, starts like, "Come on, you can do it. You can do it."
Remember, I seen them live.
He's building them up and building them up.
They perform live at the Blacc Arts Festival.
Every time we can make some music and just have like 2 whole sentences, if that. Everyone's be like, he's been working out for every word. Funk.
Gotta get Jay Millie in here. He's
14 motherfucking minutes of all the way live, dude. That's a long time for a song. I was bringing up with 14 minutes. That shit was heavy. Is it all the way live?
Yeah.
And crunk.
It was.
It was a lot. It's a whole bunch. Like, there's not a word for it, but if you saw me like off camera, look right here, just like, it's just, I don't know why it's been funny today with my whiskey.
You and good old Jack Daniels? No, this is Kentucky.
A Kentucky bourbon. You got that shit over there. You
no, Jack Daniels from the great state of Tennessee.
I'm not drinking bourbon, but that's beside the point.
You all said goddamn bourbon. I know it.
Like, the brown
which one? She can't see.
I can't see shit, man. My blood pressure drop.
He said check your email.
I got it. I'll get it. He asking you a question, though.
No, Jesse. He said tell her check
it.
But he's asking me a question in the inbox.
All right, well, that's nice. Ray, that just shows what I just meant. I like you said it to him, I wouldn't hear it because I'm reading what's on the TV on the computer right now. You think? So you're like, I said it privately too. But see, that's my point. You think? But yeah, I was like, this brown liquor is hitting crazy right now.
Jesus
like
Christ.
3 days, 4 days, 5 days drinking straight. I ain't never felt like this. I'm kind of just I feel a little bit of all kinds of little situations, sensational situations going on right here. Like a little bit anger, a little super feisty, a little giggly, a little like woo, woo.
All right, so Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the first video I played?
Well, Neely Fully Jr., man, he was heavy. And this is why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead, is because just about everything what that man was saying was resurrection of the mental dead.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And this is why I appreciated Thomas Sankora. This is why I appreciate Ibrahim Traore, although he needs to get rid of Coca-Cola. But the main motherfucker who I really appreciated over there in Uganda was eating, I mean, goddamn. Nobody
but he wants you give him an inch, he take a whole mile, Shabaka. Shabaka, why you gotta take whole miles? You don't even like the Mile High City.
Man, no, the Mile High City is beautiful, man. Just get rid of them ponies, man.
Never. That will never happen. Unlike y'all, our team is rooted to the city. They ain't going nowhere.
Man. And then when is the Buckets playing the Lakers?
Y'all scrubs are in 5th place. We're in 3rd place.
All right, so then that means that we'd have to play each other, man, in the elimination sooner or later.
Yeah, for now. We'll see.
Yeah, well, we got about
Thunder,
5 more months.
We're between the Thunder and the Mavericks.
My happiness came today because they said that, Chiefs lost.
Yeah, that was great
so
news.
My happy news was
great
news. That old motherfucking high yellow motherfucking.
He was so sad.
Him
and Kelsey were so sad today.
Their little pale faces were so sad.
No, I forgot that Taylor Swift is married to Kelsey.
They showed that broad, and then they got an interception. Philadelphia got an interception on them. They showed that broad, and as soon as they showed her, I said, "Oh, there's some powerful niggatry at work."
That's right.
And as soon as I said that shit, Philadelphia picked them off at the goal line.
That's my Uncle Ruckus shit. That's a powerful niggatry going on.
That's a powerful niggatry at work.
Yep.
To quote Uncle Ruckus. Yes, R.I.P. to Nelly Fuller Jr. I got some more clips to play for y'all.
Powerful niggatry.
40 to 60 was nuts. Yeah, it was. That would have been nuts. 40 to 60 would have been nuts. Yeah.
It was probably a lot.
That's what it would have been until they waited for the last 2 minutes of the game to try to score touchdowns.
Check it out. Didn't they kind of lead a trend or won't they lose again next season?
That'd be nice. I hope the Queensdom dynasty dies tonight. I'm so sick of they kept talking about three-peat. The Chiefs.
I know, but
the Queefs.
Was it a quarterback issue or what?
Mahomes versus another black quarterback, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Mahomes has a possibility to get scrapped.
Possibility, yeah. Who would want him though? We won't want him.
No, high yellow, motherfucker.
We definitely won't want him. The Raiders might want him though. They might should start winning some games again.
Nah, Raiders need work, man. They got to redesign shit.
We want that high yellow.
Man, I don't look for the Raiders to do nothing, man. At least for the next 2 seasons.
Easily, we're taking a little break. We're just observing.
Y'all always rebuilt and taking a break.
Don't be jealous.
Y'all been rebuilding and taking a break as long as I've been living.
Look, man, can we just sit back?
And we're getting the Oakland A's out of. Yeah, we're getting the Oakland A's. You know what I'm saying? They're going to
be goddamn.
Jesse.
Yeah. No, they already bounced the wrecking ball, man, off the damn What was the name of that hotel?
I've seen my team win 3 Super Bowls in my lifetime.
I feel like you're making up that. I feel like that's
Yeah, the Tropicana Hotel in Las Vegas no longer exists.
No, 3 times. No.
What, 3 times? I'm older than you.
97, 98, and 2015. That's 3 times.
I forgot about the first 90s.
We went back to back first. Remember, we went back to back first. We were the first ones to go back to back Super Bowl.
Well, I really enjoyed it in 1988 when the
Oh my
ponies
God, yeah, 1988. To hell with the Deadskins.
No, man. And Doug Williams won, man, and they dogged Doug Williams too.
Yeah, they did.
Because he showed that white boy Elway up.
With 1988, oh my gosh, Shabaka, you talking about damn near 40 years ago.
40 years. Almost 40 years. 37 years ago.
Shabaka can't come to my birthday party. Keep bringing up this old ass age.
Back in my day, Sonny.
8 years old.
Now, younger, let me tell y'all. Now, if you youngers live long enough, you will be old too. And then when you get old too, then you will have your mind right.
I said to one time but it's really nasty. I can't say it out loud.
Yeah.
But because I got virtues of a girl, right? But I said somebody something funny, but it was nasty what I say, right? And I was like, that's that old old shit. Like,
Oh my God.
like,
You're not over the hill yet.
Nah, man. I'm cool with that. But the way I said it was like
Shabaka, when does the hill start?
Shit. You know
When
what
is it what?
45, 46.
I don't know. Some people get older.
When does the hell start?
The hill. When you say you're over the hill.
Oh man, I would say, man, that you're over the hill, man. At 45, man. If you ain't over the hill, you damn sure can see the top of it.
Crew,
okay, Crew says he was born 80. In 1981.
I was 87.
Okay,
so
Cruz, yeah. So Crew is 44. Crew is going on 44.
And Jay Millie just turned 46.
Yeah, he says, I'm older than hell no.
So you're over the hill too?
That is funny.
Yeah.
well, the key is if you take care of yourself while you're young, it will slow the aging process.
Yeah. And you know that black don't crack.
Like definitely don't
exactly. So so take care of yourself as best as you can when you're young, because the older you get, it gets more and more difficult.
25 years.
And then also too, it has a lot to do with your diet as well too, because they're putting all these goddamn GMOs and all artificial shit in there. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna move to the next clip, Shabaki.
All right.
The white supremacist agenda. This is what we're always talking about, Black family. Pay close attention. Message. Remember Damon with the message.
Okay.
That's my shit right there.
Listen.
All black people, the spokespersons. They're not leaders. They're spokespersons. They can ask, and then they can beg. They can go to the second thing. You can make a request, and when you ask twice, now you're begging. But we are all in position of being beggars, because the world is a prison. And when you are a prisoner of war, you are a beggar. If you're talking to the prison master,
that is right.
You're begging.
Yeah.
You can't go off somewhere and say, well, if he doesn't want to do what I want done, I can do this. I can go back to my cell and I can do this and I can do that. You got to remember, you're in the master of the prison cell.
Yeah.
So white supremacists sit back and say, well, hey, what we're doing is working fine, because we are not confused. Our job is to dominate non-white people, everybody who's black, brown, red, yellow, beige, purple, orange, gold, whatnot. Everybody who is not white. As a white supremacist, it is my duty to dominate and mistreat them forever. That's the white supremacist agenda.
I hear you, Chris.
That's what it is. And I am not confused about that, and nobody can confuse me about that. And I am some kind of efficient with it because I have accomplished that. I'm not trying to accomplish that. I have long, my forefathers before me accomplished that. We have this down to a scientific perfection. And we got these people so spaced out, they don't have any idea not only about who they are and what they are here for, they got no idea about nothing that I don't tell them. That's the white supremacist agenda.
Yes.
Because it's an agenda that works. You have to understand that the entire world is dominated by the white supremacists. And if you have color in your skin, you are a person who has been assigned to be mistreated because of your color, because of the way you were born, because of the way that the creator of you, if you are a person of color, a non-white person, the creator put color in your skin. And the white supremacists are saying, well, regardless of who did it, it means you are eligible to be mistreated by me because I'm a white person and you are not white. So I have the power and the authority and the privilege and all of everything that's supposed to be of benefit is supposed to be around me. And you are only supposed to get what I say you can have because you have color in your skin. Now, the non-white people who understand that this is the setup and this is the dominant government of the entire planet, then the white supremacists will understand that you understand this. And if enough people understand it, people can't go. It's something about the mind that says you don't go against something that, I mean, you can't ignore something that you understand.
Right.
Particularly when it's working against you. That'll keep bothering you until you'll have a tendency to do something about it. Now, that's what the white supremacists do not want. They do not want black people to be logical. They do not want black people to think about anything except something that's real silly and real stupid. This is why they always glorify stupidity in black people. If a black person has a tendency to show stupidity or silliness, that black person, the white supremacists immediately seize upon them and say, this person doesn't show any signs of being serious about anything. So these are the black people that we want to become more and more prominent. And we will feed into their silliness. Anything stupid that they come up with or we come up with for them, we will glorify it. As long as it's stupid and silly. Anything that's serious and constructive, we don't want them to be logical. We don't want them to tap into that. That's not the way we want any people of color to ever think. We want them to be celebratory people. The people who are jumping up and down and turning flips all day and running around in a circle. And then when they bump into each other, I mean, they immediately start fighting each other. That's the way we want to keep them. But if they're sitting down and slowly thinking things through and trying to be problem solvers rather than problem makers, no, we don't want those type of non-white people to get out from under our surveillance. You watch them very closely. It's like that dangerous black person on the plantation who's always going around trying to read something or trying to figure things out, asking questions, trying to figure out how the plantation is run.
That's us.
That is a dangerous Negro on this plantation. Sell him down the river or give him a good whipping. And stop him from being curious about serious things. Keep him in the silly mode. That is the category that black people are always supposed to be in. The silly mode, the destructive mode. Don't let them think about anything serious because then they become a danger. And some people have said they've seen some cartoons of my work.
That's the type of brain
the internet
that they want us to be.
That have been presented. And that it pretty well embellishes what I have been trying to say in my textbooks. And to the extent that it does that, well, that has been, from what I understand, some people reported to me, a plus. didn't understand what I had written very well, but when they saw those cartoons that just repeated what I was saying and attaching my name to it, and came right out of the book, the material did, they say that they better understood it. And I can understand that because people are kind of visual, particularly in the year 2021 now, more visual than ever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that was 4 years ago.
Right.
Okay, so I got 3 more for y'all.
Listen.
I don't want everything to become built around Neely Fuller. That thing about that personality cult, you become your own personality. That's what the book is supposed to do. Make each and every black person his or her own leader. You're no longer looking for a leader.
Right.
You've had leaders. You got leaders now. Who've come and gone in the history books. We don't need to keep piling on leaders. I mean, and everybody's sitting back on a log because we've been trained that way to wait on the maximum leader, the final leader. We have been led, and we have been led to a thing called logic.
Yeah.
That's what all the information that comes to us is about. So what is logic for? It's to make each and every person his or her own leader. That's correct logic.
That's why the code is the
I mean, when you teach a baby,
No, man, I told you a long time ago, don't fuck with me.
just doesn't come back to the nest.
Montana.
Keep looking for guidance. And among animals, they kind of send out that signal. At a certain point, you are your own leader. That's what a cat will tell kittens.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I'm going to teach you everything that you need to know. Now, that's the main thing. You get everything that you need to know, because if you don't have everything you need to know, then you're going to have to keep coming back.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, what do they call rerun? I mean, that character in one of...
Yeah.
Yeah, right. In other words, you keep coming back to the college. You never go out. There are some people who become, I understand, I heard this term back in the 1940s, professional students.
Yep.
Well, we're all students, because you're always supposed to be learning.
That's what I was going to be.
You're supposed to be able to learn something and hold on to it and be able to stand on your own 2 feet. Birds do that. Bees do that. The birds don't keep coming back to the same nest that they were raised in, saying, where's mama? Where's papa? But black people are trained to do that. Which way did the white folks go? I mean, because I don't know nothing. I'm helpless. I mean, why can't they stop this killing here? You know, we don't know how to stop killing each other. Why don't some white folks come here? And when the white folks come here, why is it that they kill so many of us? And the white supremacists say, well, I don't kill as many of you on a daily basis as you kill each other. How about that? But we say, yeah, but you kill some of us and you're supposed to know better. All right, well, what is it that we're supposed to know? When we can't spend 10 minutes alone without going at each other's throats. So there's a reason for that. And we've been taught to do that. That's why we got to break training. Black culture, as it is now, is absolutely worthless.
All right, okay.
Someone called in and they was talking about leadership, and I wasn't knocking leadership. And some suggestions were made about who should be supported as a leader. And under the compensatory logic that I have written about and that I follow, I'm duty bound to say that anybody who wants to become a leader should just step forward and become a leader. Now, a leader has to have followers, so it's just a matter of how efficient a leader is at gathering followers. I'm not opposed to that, because I think some people might have gotten the idea that I was opposed to black people having leaders. No, definitely not. If you can become a leader, but then who is the official leader of black people as of this moment? And I'm saying the official leader of black people throughout this planet as of this moment are the white supremacists. They are my leaders. They're the ones who have the muscle to tell me what to do. They can make me do things. You know, now there might be some black person somewhere who will say, oh, well, I can make you do things too. But it's been my observation that black people who say that they are leaders, when they even try to get other black people to do things, they have to answer to the white supremacists. Because the white supremacists say it's not going to be one leader on this planet, and that leader is going to be white. So don't think that because you give yourself a title as a black person of being a leader of black people, I'm the leader of black people. And so if you think you're going to compete with me, even if you think you can put the muscle on black people and get them to follow you, you still have to answer to me. Because when you put the muscle on them, and I don't approve of the way you're using that muscle, then you're in trouble with me. And you dare get in my face, because you know what will happen to you.
Right.
And this has been my observation all along. That's why I say there's no such thing as black leaders. They are black spokespersons. I'm a black spokesperson. Why? Because I speak. Any black person that speaks, that's all you have to do is just speak.
Yeah.
And you are a black spokesperson. But a leader has to have muscle to back up what they say and break anybody's arm that doesn't like it. Or break their necks if it comes to it. In other words, a leader has to have the muscle from somewhere.
ProduceJustice.com.
Now, some people have said they've seen some cartoons of my work on the internet that have been presented, and that it pretty well embellishes what I have been trying to say in my textbooks. And to the extent that it does that, well, that has been, from what I understand, some people reported to me, a plus. Because they didn't understand what I had written very well, but when they saw those cartoons that just repeated what I was saying and attaching my name to it, and came right out of the book, the material did, they say that they better understood it. And I can understand that, because people are kind of visual, particularly in the year 2021 now, more visual than ever.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on becoming our own leader or your own leader?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what you need right there. Is because you see, this is why, you know, the elders, you know, would pass down, you see, the information to the next generation accurate. So if somebody could pick up, add to it, or implement it, man. Well, basically, what the crux is what I'm getting at. You lead by example.
Yeah.
You say you lead by example, okay? Now, when you look at those 7 young black men that went into the California State Legislature May 2nd, 1967, that was an example. That took a lot of guts of what they did. And you could see, I'm not going to say fear, but you could see concern on their faces when they did this, but they did not get turned around, okay? All righty. And I think this is what Dr. Newton had stated off in his book about revolutionary suicide. You see what I mean?
Yep, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, just like
Lady Che. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on what I just played Neely Fuller Jr.'s Becoming Your Own Leader?
I mean, I agree with it, because I mean, kind of live by that. I want to be my own leader. You know, I got the power is taken, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I mix what I
you know how to generate people following me. So I get it. I agree with it.
Yeah. All right. All right. So moving along, Neely Fuller Jr. Before he transitioned, did a lot of interviews with several black media. One of them he did an interview with was what are they called? Black Power was it Black Power Media? BPM. So he did this back when Freddie Gray and Sandra Bland got killed.
Okay.
So he's talking during the time of 2016 when the revised edition of the United Independent Compensatory Code concept for victims of racism, white supremacy, a comprehensive counter-racist codified word guide and book, textbook workbook for speech, thought, and or action for victims of racism, white supremacy came out. So I'm gonna play that. It's about 30 minutes.
It's about a 30-minute clip.
Yeah, and then there's a part 2, which is another 30 minutes. So it's like another hour.
You don't plan on doing anything else, right?
No, there's more.
When are you planning to go to sleep?
I like what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like.
Okay, stitch to this.
And like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
Neely Fuller Jr. by phone. Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. is a D.C. resident, longtime activist and scholar. And Mr. Fuller, we want to welcome you as the author of United Independent Compensatory Code, a textbook workbook for victims of racism, white supremacy. It's also just known as the Code. Mr. Fuller, good morning to you.
Good morning.
How you doing this morning?
I'm still learning.
All right.
Well,
we are too. We are too. So please begin us with your famous quote from this book about white supremacy.
Well, the basic quote that I have in the front of the book, textbook for victims of racism, is, if you do not understand white supremacy, which is racism, what it is and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you.
Thank you very much. I want to move right into the conversation that we were having earlier in the context of this murder or killing out in Baltimore and the killings across the U.S. that we're seeing by the police against African people. You discuss within your book the 9 basic areas of people activity, and one of them is war and warfare. How would you explain how warfare fits into white supremacy and the attacks on black people by these white cops and black cops?
Well, it's not just cops as such. Actually, I have a different way of expressing what is going on. Actually, police officers do not do unjust harm to people. Police officers do not mistreat people. Race soldiers do. Now, what is a race soldier? A race soldier is a person who is a white supremacist acting like he's a police officer, or she. Might be a he, might be a she, but they are imposters. They're not police officers. We need to change the language so that we don't lump everybody all in the same category. And because there are people who are trying to do police duties, which is protect and serve, or whatever it is that they contracted, they made a contract to do. Now, but a white supremacist has one agenda, and that's to be a white supremacist. And white supremacists are any white person is any white, a white supremacist is any white person, male or female, who believes in and who practices white supremacy by doing what? By trying to dominate or continuing to dominate people who are classified as non-white, and in that domination, mistreating the people. That's what racism is for. Racism is about mistreatment. It's not just about being proud of something or your color or your height or your weight or anything like that. It's about mistreatment. If you are racist, you believe in mistreating people. That's your whole reason for being. Dominating and mistreating people based on color.
But Mr. Fuller, one question I would have is
how do you distinguish between a police officer and the imposter race soldiers you describe them, when, given the context we're in, wouldn't the entire institution of police be race soldiers? Is it possible in this context to not be a race soldier and be in the police or in the military, extending that?
No, it's not impossible, but every victim of racism should suspect that any white person wearing a badge and a gun may be, and I want to underline may be a white supremacist. So when you see them coming, you consider yourself already a prisoner of war. It's not like you're being captured. You've already been captured because you're in a world system of white supremacy anyway. You're already in prison. All black people on the planet Earth are already in prison. Now, when we are put in what we call something that we call a prison, jail, a stockade, some type of prison camp, you might say, this is what, in my book,
he wasn't on code.
I define as greater confinement. You're already confined just by being on the planet, if you have color in your skin, because the world government is the system of white supremacy. You're born in that system. White people and black people, all non-white people and all white people are born in the system of white supremacy, because that's the only government on the planet. According to what? According to the evidence and according to logic. Now, there are people who will say, oh, no, that's absurd.
You lost your brother.
That's not true. There's all kind of governments on the planet. No. You either have white supremacy or you don't. There's no such thing as white supremacy being in one place and not being in every place. Otherwise, it couldn't be supreme. Most of the world is classified as non-white. Most of the people on the planet. So you either have white supremacy or you don't. I claim that you do. Now, that claim is either true or false. There's no wiggle room in between. And so I'm saying that if you are classified as a black person, when you see a person with a badge and gun coming and that person is white, that person most likely may be a racist. And you are already captured. Now, in a war, when you run from a soldier, a race soldier, or any other kind of soldier in a war, and we are in a war, that soldier will shoot you. Now, if you don't expect that, then you haven't been educated in the world that you're in. Yep. That's a given. We shouldn't keep shilly-shallying and playing with that. I mean, thinking that you have the privilege to say, man, you ain't telling me nothing. I ain't going nowhere. Take these cuffs off me. I'll do this and whatnot. No, you ain't got no right to do this. I got my rights. I know my rights. No, 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 no. You're a prisoner of war. A prisoner of war, if he heads for that fence or she heads for that fence, and when I say fence, I mean just running.
Marcus gonna chop it up with you on this.
Just running. Expect death. D-E-A-T-H. And if you don't know the world that you're in. You don't know the reality. We have to be real. We have to stop playing like this is some kind of schoolyard game. This is not. This is absolute war. And you have to consider yourself a prisoner of war if you're wearing black in your skin or any non-white shades of black. Brown, red, yellow, because we're in a system of white supremacy. Now, either the statements that I just made are true or they are false.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is Neely Fuller, the legendary Neely Fuller, right here at our Mix What I Like, WPFW 89.3 FM. The full I Mix What I Like crew is on deck. Doctors Burroughs and Haight are on board. Mike Nacella's running the boards, and the legendary DJ RBI is making sure everything sounds as good as it does, and that's why it does sound as good as it does. And we're going to continue this conversation, of course, right now, actually, and then we're going to segue in a few moments to the Dyson and West controversy. Still a lot to be said about that, and we intend to at least say some of that. But yeah, let's continue.
Professor Fuller, I wanted to ask about Mike, I wanted to ask about what would be the behavior of Black people. If you're saying we're in this particular situation, then what should be our behavior, not just our defense, but our offense?
Oh, well, you don't really have an offense under those conditions. If we're talking about when someone approaches you with a badge and gun, and that person is classified as white in the system of white supremacy, and that person may be a race soldier, you're at a disadvantage. You're standing there with nothing in your hands. All you got is the ability to speak, which when you do, you should say as little as possible. That's your defense. And when you're told to do something, do it. Do it. So that you can at least breathe until the next day. We're talking about I can't breathe.
Bro. It's really bad.
Well, don't do anything to provoke them. Just make you stop breathing.
This is why
Consider yourself as not having any rights at all at that moment. Now, if you're going to say something about your rights, say that later, because most likely at this point, they will give you your ability to say something in court or have your lawyer do so. Hopefully that will work out. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But one thing that definitely isn't going to work out, if you start wrestling and tussling with a suspected race soldier in a system of white supremacy, that's not going to work in your favor, and the record shows this. And no matter how many protests people make, how many marches people make, it'll temper it for a while, but you can pick up any newspaper going back to 1900 or whenever. Just pick out any year. Any Kansas City Call newspaper, a Chicago Defender, a Pittsburgh Courier, and you see what? In one or two of the headlines, Negro killed by white police officer.
That's right, Sebastian.
Memphis, Tennessee, Detroit, Michigan, Buffalo, New York, Cincinnati, Ohio, and on 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 into infinity. And this is 2015, and you still see the same thing.
Years ago, y'all.
Because we don't understand the system we're in. Many of us, some of us do, but not enough. This is not a schoolyard game.
Right.
This is not some tussle between guys on the football field who are having a little dispute.
Yeah.
This is war.
Yeah.
We need to act like it's war.
We've been saying that.
When somebody says in World War II, Achtung, I'm a member of the SS, and I'm knocking on your door, consider yourself dead. Because that's where you are.
Okay.
That applies to millions of dark-skinned people throughout the planet. That's where we are in 2015. We need to act like it.
She sure did.
Stop thinking we have some rights. We don't. Not when it comes to the right to breathe.
Baba Full, I want to switch tracks, and I thank you very much for the sobering elderly wisdom that you're sharing with us. I want to switch tracks because your code book is really geared towards understanding how to contextualize and make sense of this world that we live in. And you also have a section where you're talking about the don'ts. Essentially, you give your rules for Ma'at in this country for Black people to live by. So stop doing these things. And one of the things that you talked about was stop squabbling and trying to have beefs that are then settled by white people. And in this discussion we're about to get into, we wanted to have you on today, and before we knew everything that was going to be covered, it was perfect synchronistic timing, because now you can help us understand this academic battle between Michael Eric Dyson and Cornel West, and Dyson's use of the New Republic to attack West, who has used the New York Times to attack African people. Before that, it's so many chickens coming home to roost. But I just want to ask you, how do we make sense of this squabble between Dyson and West using your code book?
Oh, I don't know anything about that squabble. I haven't heard anything about it.
So essentially, two scholars of fame and infamy, depending on what circle you roll in, have now called each other out. Michael Eric Dyson has said something about Cornel West after Cornel West has said something about Michael Eric Dyson in relation to his obedience towards the Obama machine. And given a sense of your work, what is the responsibility of Black people to each other in resolving our beefs outside of white spaces?
Oh, well, what I have written in the textbook for victims of white supremacy, there's something called VGQ. Now, what is VGQ? Victims Guaranteed Qualification. Victims of what? Victims of white supremacy. And what is that guaranteed qualification? You're guaranteed the qualification as a victim of saying anything that you want to say about race, racism, or counter-racism. Now, that's something that we should assume on our own, not wait for anybody to give us a license to do so. Why? Because if you're a slave, you should be able to say anything about slavery that you want to say. And any approach that you take is valid. Why? Because no one has done away with slavery. I mean, racial slavery, the system of white supremacy. So anybody's opinion can be valid, since no one has ever come up with a formula for eliminating the system of white supremacy, this thing we call racism. Because racism is the only, white supremacy is the only form of functional racism. From an ideological viewpoint, you might have other forms of racism, but functionally, you have only one white supremacy, and you can't have another supremacy when you have white supremacy. So white supremacy is the only form of functional racism that exists on the planet today. And the victims of it have a guaranteed qualification of saying
ain't no damn such thing as black supremacy. You can't have two supremacies. It's contradictory of terms.
I was subscribed to that, man. Like, I feel like it could happen.
It could happen, but currently, in the known universe, it does not exist.
But it can. It's starting to look like it could. Out of the fucking ashes of fucking crazy. You know? It could possibly happen. And when you don't think you being black is supreme.
I'm talking about speech now. Anything that he...
Well, yeah, biologically, yeah.
Of all levels.
But we're talking about a whole system that's catered, that gives them free goodies and giveaways. Shout out to Professor Blacc, too.
They don't do that, though. I don't think like that. I would never give nothing to the hockey.
They have a whole system, though, that gives them free goodies and giveaways.
Oh, my God.
And immunity from law.
Right.
And prosecution.
He or she chooses to say about race, racism, or counter-racism. And I, like Neely Fuller, according to this VGQ law, a law which we make for ourselves, I'm not qualified to criticize anything that any other non-white person says about race, racism, or counter-racism. Why? Based on logic. Because I haven't conquered racism myself. See, the only thing that would qualify me to go around saying that other black people can't say this and can't say that and shouldn't be saying this and shouldn't be saying that, I can give my opinion of what is being said. But as far as attacking the person, what qualifies me to do that? None. Why? Because I haven't come up with a formula for ending racism. Racism still exists. The only experts on white supremacy are the white supremacists themselves. Any black person who says that he or she is an expert on white supremacy is not telling the truth. Because you've got to know a whole lot and understand a whole lot.
I think it's perfectly
to know everything that there is to know about an operation called the system of white supremacy.
I think it's perfectly logical that Mr. Fuller is saying he's not aware of that debate between West and Dyson. I think it makes perfect sense given his analysis and what you just said there. In addition to that, I think it's perfectly logical that, and it applies, what he just said applies to both Dyson and West,
boy from
which I love also.
Don't be a menace.
Personally speaking.
This is how sound the system is. So the one question that I wanted to ask is what you were just leading towards is what is the purpose of our activities as African people in this space and time that we're in? What should we be geared towards?
We should come up with what is missing. The one thing that we haven't ever institutionalized, and that is a counter-racist code. That's why I wrote my book. I'm trying to have the beginning at least of a frame of reference for a counter-racist code. Why? The yin and yang. The races have a code. By the time the average white person on this planet is around 15 years old, I would say, estimated, worldwide, they are well versed in the racist code. They make mistakes, but as they grow and evolve and observe the world around them, and they're already in the system of white supremacy, and they're white people, they're classified as white, so they just, by osmosis, just pick up what they're supposed to be doing and not supposed to be doing as a white person in the system of white supremacy. So about the time they're 25, they know just about what to say, what not to say, what to do, what not to do, as a white person in a system of white supremacy. This is why you have, from generation to generation, a system of white supremacy that is well in place. They pick it up, not by anybody that's come and say now, you know, people telling them blatantly every day, now you're supposed to be on your job, on your job as being a white supremacist. No, they just look at the way the world works around them, and they just blend in, like just follow the crowd. And black people follow the crowd as victims of white supremacy. I mean, you know, because it's already in place, it's already institutionalized. Now, so you have a white code, meaning what is a code? It just means a way of doing things and not doing things. Right. That's all a white supremacist does. Yeah. And the average white person is not going to violate the white code. That's why you still have white supremacy.
Mr. Fuller, we're going to ask you to hold there for a quick second and let folks know that this is I Mix What I Like here at WPFW 89.3 FM. And in the few minutes we have left, we're going to turn them over here briefly to DJ RBI and come back and talk a little bit more about Dyson and West with Professor Fuller. And just very quickly, just very quickly, we only have a couple of minutes left. I just want to make a couple quick points about this Dyson West piece. First of all,
so they do have a code, Black family, and I'm about to read it to y'all. The 15 points of this white supremacist creed are, oh my God, this first word, blood will tell, the white race must dominate, the Teutonic people stand for race purity, the Negro is inferior and will remain so. This is a white man's country. No social equality, no political equality. In matters of civil rights and legal adjustments, give the white man, as opposed to the colored man, the benefit of the doubt, and under no circumstances interfere with the prestige of the white race. Oh, these are all numbered. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm on 9 now. The educational policy. Let the Negro have the crumbs that fall from the white man's table.
Hell no.
Number 10. Let there be such industrial education of the Negro as will best fit him to serve the white man. Number 11, only Southerners understand the Negro question. Number 12, let the South settle the Negro question. Number 13, the status of peasantry is all the Negro may hope for if the races are to live together in peace. Number 14, let the lowest white man count for more than the highest Negro. And number 15, the above statements indicate the providence indicate the leadings of providence. Every rule in the white supremacist creed is practiced to the fullest extent today in every area of activity. The only difference now is that these rules are never to be spoken publicly, and the existence of these rules are to be denied at all costs.
That's what we're Fight Club. We're talking about Fight Club.
Yeah, and that is from Tariq Nasheed's Foundational Black American Race Baiter book.
I read the book.
It is a really good book. Okay, so I'm gonna let this interview continue.
I've been enjoying it immaturely, I will admit publicly, because I've had issues with both of these cats. And I've never liked Cornel West more than after watching this whole thing with Dyson, which I think is just a disingenuous attack, trying to, as Glenn Ford wrote in this week's Black Agenda report, reposition Dyson for the Democratic Party and Hillary coming forward. He does almost everything that he claims West has done in terms of poor academia, just republishing transcriptions of interviews and all these other kinds of things. And he went on the Mark Steiner show in WEAA yesterday, and I think was very disingenuous when he argued that the only reason he did this in the New Republic, given its checkered past, to say it politely when covering race, is that there is no Black equivalent news magazine that he could go to. And what I think he's really saying, quite honestly, is that no Black outlet exists that could pay him the fee he got, whatever it is, to have published 10,000 words in the New Republic and taken a year, he said, to write that piece.
Or that has the elite audience that he wants.
Exactly.
So, Dr. Burroughs, please give us the context for this Dyson West beef for those who don't know.
We don't really have the time, so I'll just say, to quote Highlander, there can be only one.
And because you are one of the preeminent Mumia scholars and journalists, we just also want to say shout out to Mumia Abu Jamal. It's his birthday today. We're going to continue to ride with him and support him and make these calls for him to get his health checked out. So solidarity, all of them, prisonradio.org, Bring Mumia Home, and many other outlets covering this, and we stand in solidarity.
But given that context, though, the timing of it can't be disconnected to the fact that Cornel West has been riding for Mumia.
That's right.
And making sure that he gets the appropriate health care, the doctor of his choice, the food and nutritional values of his choice, while he's in prison.
And this is one of the problems with what Dyson did. There was no specific reference to all the things West has argued that would make him so angry at Dyson and his friends for not for continuing to support Obama and this warlike presidency.
And Cornel West has been very consistent in his support for Mumia, even going to the 1995 hearings when he had an execution date. Absolutely. So he's been very consistent.
But now it's curious, because if we talk top 5 of the scholars, as Dyson set up, is Cornel West still top 5? That's really what the argument was about.
What it was.
It should have been an academic top 5.
He also should have never mentioned Oliver Cox. He had no right to, Dyson did, to mention Oliver Cox in his list of prominent scholars, out of which the grace from which West has now fallen. Oliver Cox is so superior to all the people he mentioned, including Randall Kennedy. He took a shot at us a couple weeks ago in Boston Review. And
a very weak shot.
A weak,
unsubstantiated.
These cats are silly, man.
I mean,
but won't talk. Anyway.
Let's just keep the beef focused for a second. Because it's curious, though, right? Go ahead, Doctor.
Well, no, I'm just saying the world is preparing for Manny and Pac-Man, and we're preparing for next week.
Yeah, it's fight night all summer long. This is also part 1 with Neely Fuller Jr. And the argument really centers around West saying that Dyson has prostituted himself to gain entrance into the White House.
Yes.
And what Dyson is saying is, you sound like a scorned ex-lover to Cornel West, using that Congreve quote that hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, or the Tyler Perry version, hell hath no fury. So I'm not sure if this is a classic et tu Brutus Shakespearean betrayal of the father and the son, or the mentor and the professor. Or is this just a really chicken wing Sunday afternoon matinee play? Lord, why can't I be the #1 scholar in this field?
We got to say also that in response to Dave Zirin on that same radio show I mentioned a moment ago, Dyson said that Zirin had a lot of good points, except his analogy was backwards. In his analogy of comparing West and Dyson to Ali Foreman, Dyson's supposed to be Ali, Dyson said. That he's the one that's been taking these shots from West over the years and came back and knocked him out. with this piece in the New Republic. Similarly, he took the positive reference in comparison to himself as Nas versus Jay-Z, saying that he ethered Cornel West. Now, we know none of these folks have been a favorite, and they've all been candidates for Hated of the Year award. And
Check
so
the
this is a wonderful moment where two of the folks that you like see go at each other
I mix what I like.
are actually having a moment where they got to deal with each other. So it's not really any more Mike Tyson attacking Bill Cosby or Cornel West attacking the African Center movement. It's really like who's going to be the head white house Negro, pun intended.
And you know, Dyson came to prominence in a 1992 piece in Emerge, attacking African Center thought. A piece called Melanin Madness.
That's right.
So it gives you an idea who he was critical of.
So in this case, I mean, both of these cats got legs up in their career for attacking Afrocentrists to the extent that I sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. They climbed the corporate ladder.
That would be a more radio appropriate way to say that.
We don't have a pause button, a pause button in there.
Right.
We needed a pause button on that one.
Right.
Now, all of this confusion centers around West trying to ride for Obama initially and then not getting the ticket to the White House. So Dyson is saying, because you didn't get invited to the prom and I did, you now bitter and you gonna hate on a prom queen and king. Right.
So I want to ask, we have Neely Fuller with us still on the line. I want to ask Mr. Fuller, how has this moment of confusion around the president in the White House being a black person then confused all black people in the system of white supremacy?
Now, the question is how, what now?
How has the president of the White House, the president of the U.S., this black family in the White House confused black people according to your understanding of white supremacy?
Oh, well, for one thing, President Obama is not in charge of anything. So for people to attack him, attacking him for what? He's not in charge of anything. The white supremacists are in charge of every black person on this planet, including the Obama family. If you understand white supremacy, you understand that. There are no so-called black presidents and black leaders anywhere. All of the leaders of black people are white. White supremacists specifically. Those white people who have chosen to participate in the system of white supremacy are the leaders of all of the black people on this planet. Now, what do you have among black people? You have black spokespersons. What is a black spokesperson? A black spokesperson is a person that speaks. I'm a black spokesperson. Why? Because I'm speaking right now. Every black person who speaks is a black spokesperson. And every black person who is speaking, regardless of where he or she may be, Congo, Cameroon, Mali, any place, they are just speaking. But the decision makers for all of black people in the system of white supremacy, which is worldwide, are white. When the decisions are made, I often give an illustration, and I've done this before.
Mr. Fuller, we hate to do this. We really have to interrupt you, unfortunately, because we got to get out of here. Our time is cut. We will definitely like to have you back with us and continue this conversation, maybe even next week if it all can be worked out. We would definitely want to have that conversation continue, but we got to run. And my apologies on behalf of the whole crew for that.
Yes, sir.
So we want to thank Mr. Neely Fuller. We want to thank DJ RBI, Mike Nacella, all of you for listening. Happy birthday to Mumia Abu-Jamal. Shout out to all the people struggling out there in Baltimore and the rest of the country and the rest of the world. IMixWhatILike.org for more. At IMixWhatILike on all your relevant social media to continue the conversation. DJ RBI, take us out of here. Peace if you're willing to fight for it. As Fred Hampton used to say, we'll catch you in the whirlwind. Peace, everybody.
All right, y'all. So that was part one. I'm going to play part two next. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on part one?
God, that's a whole what's happening that like I've been saying for Eric for Jason.
Right.
It was a good interview. It was good to hear Neely Fuller Jr. on it. It was good to see that he explored other platforms and that they gave him some sort of pathway to talk. So yeah, that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I agree. Yep, I wholeheartedly agree. Yeah, and I second that motion. Fuck Michael Eric Dyson.
No.
Oh, raccoon ass nigga. I remember when he came to Metro and them crackers, it was standing room only. Them crackers were so eager to see him. It was barely few of us in attendance. We were the only flies in buttermilk, if y'all catch my drift. So it was kind of similar for Cornell as well. When he came in 2010, 2011, it was mainly crackers in there too to see him. But shout out to Cornell. He put his hat in the ring to run for president. It's a shame that more of our people didn't get on board with his message and what his policy was, but he'll have a better shot at it in 2028.
I was like Cornel West on this program on the radio with Nina Turner.
Yeah, the
truth
hour.
Chat was hating like a motherfucker, acting like I was wrong because I was like, you know, like first when I was just like trying to talk to her, they're like, "This you're a troll, like your mom was a troll."
Oh my god! I didn't even know you could get in the chat over there.
Yep.
Every time I see it, it's after it's already been pre-recorded.
I'll be trying to get on my look. There's some things I really wanted to do to, you know, like to get on certain platforms, but these certain platforms be disappointing me, you know. Like, there's some really wild shit, and then it turns me off from doing it. Like, for example, the African Diaspora channel.
Yeah.
So when I see Nina Turner, though, I got excited there too, and I didn't like the fact they don't shout their people out who support that channel.
Right.
That was one thing, but I was so happy, you know, to just they're typing and like when I'm in there typing in a chat, then I'm talking to the host, or they're talking to the chat. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I mean they're buying my own business, talking, just letting the host or whatever know that, you know, whatever my opinions were. I wasn't really talking in reality. After that, I'm so happy to see you, or I followed you. I said that I was happy to meet you when you came, and you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I was kind of excited that he's on the radio like now, especially after the election.
Yeah.
He's still going, you know, and you know, getting stronger with what his thoughts were.
Right.
That was pretty pleasing to me.
Well, we have the opportunity to work with his team.
Yeah, that was good too. That was really good.
And I was one of his electors to get him on the ballot in the state of Colorado under the Unity Party.
I worked pretty hard to try to, like, you know, change the narrative over here.
Yeah, you did.
Because nobody wanted to fuck with it, but I was all about it.
Mm-hmm. You sure were from the get-go.
Even though, you know, you might have seen some disturbing things, but I think that too, like, there's a reason he left the Green Party. There's a reason why.
Yeah, because they're racist as hell.
And if we listen to, now that we know what we know, you know, now we can say that the media that was presenting it like, you know, he did something bad, really probably lying.
So the only party I know that's not racist is the Mahali Party. I can't even say the Unity Party. That's a damn shame.
We never can't say the Unity Party because where it looks like.
Yeah.
But that's not really your.
The only party, independent party that I can name that's not racist is the Mahali Party. Unfortunately, they're only restricted to Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama.
I told the Unity Party I helped bring up their numbers because they're, you know, certain areas.
Well, we're thinking about merging or linking up with the Freedom Party.
I will see that.
So, like all the Unity Party, of Colorado, we're thinking about merging with working with the Justice for All Party.
I mean, like, aside from that, Dr. Cornel West had a consistently good agenda. I think that he could have used some razzle dazzle. He could have been maybe you know, coached better what to say.
Yeah.
That it wasn't so long-winded anymore. You know, whatever. Some people just don't understand these musical nuance. Discussions of messaging, you know,
Yeah.
or programming or whatever. They don't understand how you talk.
Yeah.
I got it all. I was pretty excited about that because I felt like in our city, you know, we're surrounded by coons.
Yeah, Democratic shields.
And they didn't want to hear it. They want to pretend so they could do little research, but they get mad because we're checking them because they're good goddamn well. They
try to say that we were spreading misinformation. That's a goddamn lie.
Right. They act like, you know, that we're a problem. The independence is a problem. The independent is a problem for.
Yeah, we're a spoiler. We're playing spoiler. Well, fuck both parties.
Like, fuck both parties, you know what I mean? And the fact that nobody ever said, well, you know, the independents are the ones that you should listen to. I was thinking, like, man, you know,
that's the only way you're gonna get a genuine candidate. I mean, if anything, this election proved that you got to be authentic if you're gonna win a presidency. You love or hate the dump. He's authentic in his actions, in his thought, speech, and action.
That, and it showed a lot about this election process where I feel like she fucked up space. And I don't want to vote again. I don't even want to be part of that process because I feel like every time it's a lie.
Yeah.
However, can't move nothing, and we gotta have some sort of order.
Yeah. So you have chaos and confusion, like we had under the Democrats the last 4 years. All right, so I'm gonna play part 2 now. Oh, I think that's Shabaka. What happened, Shabaka? Hold on, y'all. I gotta take this call from Shabaka. Shabaka. That's weird because you would put us at 200. We almost at 200, y'all. We just need one more subscription, one more subscribe. Yeah, I don't know. It might have showed up because we're at 199, so we just need one more for 200. Yeah. I put it on subscriber mode so people dropped off, I guess. But that's how you weed out the trolls, Shabaka. Okay. Because they're not gonna sit around for 20 minutes just to troll. I mean, you really have no life if you're gonna do that. Right. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Exactly. Oh, so are you still?
I mix what I like.
Are you still able to watch? Are you still able to watch the YouTube? Oh, you about to lay down is what you're saying. Oh, what? Oh, that's some bullshit right there. Wait, they were blocking some of your comments too. I had to moderate to get them to show. They were blocking your comments like they wouldn't show up. Yeah. Okay, Shabaka boy, listen to the playback when you wake up, because we're gonna be on for probably another 2 hours. Okay. All right. Have a good night, Shabaka. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Bye-bye. All right. Sorry, y'all. I have to take that call from Shabaka. He's laying it on down. Say peace to Shabaka, y'all. All right. I'm going to play part 2 now.
What I like.
Subscribe to Frontline Black News.
We want to take a good portion of time because after we had part 1, people asked if we could call him back.
Yes.
And Mr. Fuller graciously accepted to participate in this interview
today.
Right. And so, Mr. Fuller, we want to thank you very much for coming on to talk about your work and how your analysis would help us understand and move forward or move from the space that we're in with the South Carolina massacre. Mr. Fuller, welcome to I Mix What I Like.
Yes, sir. Thank you for inviting me.
It's a pleasure to have you. So,
Absolutely.
what are your initial thoughts, and if you want to lay out your ideas related to this young white male walking into a Bible study moment in a church, specifically African Methodist Episcopal, specifically in South Carolina, specifically in Charleston? What are your thoughts about this incident?
Well, I'll say what I always say. We're in a system of government, world government, and not just a particular place other than the entire planet. We have a world government, and the correct title for that government is, in my opinion, based on logic, the system of white supremacy.
Right.
That's the world government. There is no other government on the planet.
Right.
And there are people who will say, oh, no, that can't be true. I mean, but I'm saying I haven't seen anything that proves otherwise.
Right.
No evidence at all. None.
Haven't seen anything otherwise.
In all the years I've been on the planet, when I've taken an interest in the subject of how is the planet being run, by who has the last and first words that are of any importance in any area of activity, economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and counter-war, people who are for war and people who are against war. Who has the most say-so and who has the most muscle?
Yeah.
That's when you figure out who is the government of the planet.
Yeah.
By answering those questions.
Yeah.
Who tells everybody else what to do, when to do it, how to do it, what they better not do, or else, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In all of those areas of activity that I just named, I call them the 9 major areas of activity that just about covers everything that anybody is doing anywhere on the planet at any given time. So, since I use the term white supremacy, which is racism, there is no potent form of racism other than white supremacy. When you say racism, you mean white supremacy. There is no other form of racism that counts. Some people might walk around calling themselves racist who are not white supremacists, but they don't have any proof of it.
Yeah.
Racism means you got some power.
Right.
I mean, you're not just walking around talking and trying to impress somebody with some words. Racists have power. Otherwise, racism doesn't exist.
Right.
You have to be able to express racism in something else other than words. You have to back up your racism, which means what? Mistreating people based on color, and nobody knows how to stop it.
Hey, we hit 200.
Now, the white supremacists are the only people who know how to do that and who have proven it over and over again. Not all white people, but those white people who believe in dominating and mistreating people who have color in their skin. That's what a white supremacist is. These people, when they talk, they back up their talk with action. They are the only people who are able to do that and who prove that they are able. There might be some people I've heard, every now and then I've heard that there are some people somewhere on the planet who fancy themselves as being black supremacists. But there's no evidence that they're supreme over anything. Because when the white supremacists show up, they hop. So that goes to show you who's supreme. So, getting back to the answer, direct answer to the question, what I have written in my book is the incident that happened with the person that walked into the church and killed those people who were in the church the other day. That's to be expected. Why? Because we're in a world government of white supremacy.
Yeah.
And it's enforced every day all over the planet, whether it's in what we call South Carolina or Los Angeles or Alabama or the Congo or Haiti or Zimbabwe or South Africa or Brazil. Wherever you find people of color, you find the white supremacists dominating and mistreating in all of the areas of activity, not just in some, in all the 9 areas that I just mentioned, and all of the evidence, if anybody just pays attention to evidence, proves it. I don't know of any place on the planet where that's not true. And if there is such a place, because just because Neely Fuller is talking, that doesn't mean that he knows what he's talking about. But if somebody can just tell Neely Fuller, hey, he's got it all wrong, and he's on the radio telling people something that's false,
can't do it.
Please call in on this show or call me anywhere and let me know where that place is.
Because we be
where the white
real quick.
Where the white supremacists, right, do not dominate non-white people any inch of this planet.
Let me just remind folks that that is the voice of Professor Neely Fuller. And you are listening to I Mix What I Like here at WPFW 89.3 FM. I'm Jared Ball. Dr. Hate's in the building. We got the brother Alexander Pushkin with us, and brother Mike is running the boards, making sure things sound as they're supposed to. You know, Professor Fuller, when people hear this conversation and discussions of white supremacy come up, I know there's a tendency, I'm in part admittedly drawn to it, but I want to hear your response to this tendency to relate these responses or this idea of white supremacy to a material base. In other words, that this argument that racism only exists because capitalism exists, or racism is an excuse or justification for the material land grabs, etc., from African and by extension all so-called colored people. How do you react to that, or what is your response to that, or what does your research tell you about the origins of this thing you've defined as a world system of white supremacy?
Oh, I really don't know the origins. I always tell people that's, you have to consult historians about the exact moment that some person, presumably a white person, I guess, the exact moment that a white person, a person who is classified as white, got the idea that the entire world should be run on the basis of a government that would be based on the process of looking at a person's color as a white person, looking at a person that is not white, and say in your own mind and to other people, including the person that you're pointing out who has color in his or her skin, you are eligible to be dominated and mistreated by anybody who is classified as white. Any time of day or night that you are encountered anywhere on this planet called Earth, and in the future, anywhere on any other planet where we happen to cross paths, that if I am a person classified as white, I not only have the privilege, but I have the duty to dominate and mistreat you if you have color in your skin, and do this 24 hours a day. You're under my command if I am a person classified as white. And I'm going to be a royal person, and in royal philosophy, there's an old slogan, the king can do no wrong. In other words, by me being white, I'm always right. And even when you are right, you're wrong if I say you're wrong.
Right.
Yeah, see, because white is right.
So okay. Am I right in summarizing that as, I think this is where I am too at this point, that it really doesn't matter. Those origins are almost, I wouldn't say maybe don't matter, but they're secondarily relevant to what is in fact going on right now. In terms of that question of the origins of this white supremacist.
That's what I mean. Somebody got the idea. Some people said it was 400 years ago. Some people say, oh no, it's 600 at least. Right. And then there are some scholars. There are some scholars who say over and over again, but their voices are not not heard from for the most part, they say that this has been going on for something like 2,000 years. It goes back to the time of Jesus, and maybe prior to that. They say that, oh yes, this color thing has always been on the burner. And so that makes it a pretty long-running show.
So
it's deeply ingrained.
I gave my interpretation of what was attributed to this killer in terms of his comment about not being able to stop shooting when when it was requested of him that he please stop shooting. He said, "I can't." It was reported at least that he said, "I can't. I have to do this." How do you interpret his comment there?
Well, it goes with the entire culture of white supremacy. See, when everybody on the planet has been taught, you mistreat people. You're supposed to mistreat people who have color in their skin. It seems like even among black people, we can't seem to get that in our heads except when we act out, because we mistreat each other on a grand scale. We look forward to it. We have gangs that grow up in neighborhoods where that's all we look forward to in our entire existence. Everything that we plan on is go and hunt down some other non-white people, anybody who looks like us, as near to us as they possibly can be, and kill them. And, and then just stand there with an empty gun and say, well, I did what I was born to do. Is anybody else that I can kill? I mean, that looks like me? I mean, we actually have that mentality. And where did we get it? From the white supremacists. Because they teach everybody in the world that this is what everybody's supposed to be doing. And even black people, we see it every day. We see it in the newspapers. We see it in every city, in every town. And we don't seem to get it. We have one government on the entire planet with one mission, and that is to dominate and mistreat people of color 24 hours a day. And that's what everything is about. That's what going to school is about. That's what entertainment is supposed to be about, all the movies and whatnot. That's what language is supposed to be about. Just look at what, even among us black people, we referred to the incident in the church as a dark day. It wasn't any dark day. Why do we call it a dark day? We even refer to everything as dark. I mean, you say, I'm in a dark mood. Has anybody ever photographed a mood? I mean, even in the language, the English language, everything associated with darkness. Darkness is something you get rid of. And this is not true, because darkness complements light. You have to have light and darkness, according to compensatory logic, or just what you call just whatever logic you want to use. In order to have light, you have to have darkness. They complement each other. They're supposed to work in harmony with each other. You have night and you have day. 9/11 is referred to as one of the darkest moments in history. It was a dark day in New York City. It wasn't any dark day. If it had been a dark day, those planes would have wound up in the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, because they wouldn't be able to find the towers, maybe.
I thought he was going to say someplace else, but
I mean, it was real quick. I'm sorry, because we don't have a day that's not dark in Black history under this white supremacist government. So where were you going?
Yes, but see,
I wasn't going to go anywhere. What I really just wanted to
yes, sir.
I wasn't going to go anywhere that would be appropriate for us remaining on the air. What I will say is that Dr. Haight had another comment or question for you, Mr. Fuller. And then we do want to let folks know, since community comment is being adjusted today, since Dr. Haight is not hosting community comment today, we're going to do a special session, a short mini session of that here at I Mix What I Like, and open up the phones in just a minute for very short, brief comments or questions for our guests. So 202-588-0893. Okay, got a pledge drive mode. 588-0893 if you want to get on the phones and join this conversation with a very quick and brief comment or question. But yeah, go ahead. I think you had a
Mr. Fuller, when you laid out the 9 areas of people activity, the power in covering that kind of breadth is seen when you look at all of the different ways that this killer, murderer, massacreist, terrorist, thug, try to say what he had to do, right?
Yes.
And he included sex in it.
Absolutely.
It had a religious dimension to it.
Absolutely.
It had work and labor in it, like you're taking our jobs and you're taking over this country with politics and recognizing the laws and how he would be able to move out of that space. And, you know, that I can't imagine a situation where he doesn't get convicted, right? But I have to go to that moment that once again, we are relying and waiting on the system that endorses white supremacy to now hold a white supremacist guilty for acting out on his white supremacy. And it really just, I keep struggling with this idea of where do Black folk go? What does justice look like for Black folk? What resets this playing field so that Black folks can live in a space according to what we consider relevant, our laws, our worldview, our needs, without being killed by white supremacists?
You're directing that as a question to me?
I just want you to hate on this guy a little bit more, Baba Fuller, if you can.
Well, no, that's well, what I have written in the textbook for victims of white supremacy is that we're supposed to be replacing that system with a better system. Now, what would be a better system than the system of white supremacy? Because you can accomplish material things through a system of white supremacy, because fundamentally it's just a system of slavery. That's all it is. Racism is slavery. Anytime somebody is mistreating someone for their benefit, the person that's being mistreated is a slave. It's just that simple. Slavery doesn't end when a person is being mistreated and nobody's stopping the mistreatment. The mistreated person is a slave, and the person doing the mistreating is a slave master. That's in any setting, regardless of what name you give to it. It's basically slavery. All right, mistreatment is slavery if you don't put a stop to it. Okay, so therefore, we need a better system than this system that we have. What would that system be? So if you got a system of mistreatment, you want a system that's not of mistreatment. That would be justice. We never gave a legal definition to the word justice. I didn't find that out until 1994. I thought that there was some kind of legal definition for the word justice. But I asked a lawyer about it, and he said, well, justice is whatever the Supreme Court says that it is. Well, now, Supreme Court, is that arbitrary? Because there are a lot of so-called Supreme Courts all over the world. So no wonder we can't
Baba
get
Fuller,
out.
let me just cut this off with.
Yes.
When you said Supreme Court, I just heard you saying white Supreme Court.
Well, yes. I mean, the only actual Supreme Court, not 9 justices that we call the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is the entire system of white supremacy. That's the Supreme Court for the entire world. Why? Because that's what white supremacy is. They govern the laws. You know, when you say court, you're talking about law. Now, what is law? Law is whatever is done. And what is done every day, everywhere on the planet, is that people are being mistreated on the basis of color. So that's your Supreme Court on this planet. We have a planetary Supreme Court. And who are the people that run that court? Every white person, including the 21-year-old white male, white man that walked into the church, is a part of that Supreme Court by his own announcement. You know, I came in here to kill some non-white people, some black people. Why? Because I'm dissatisfied with their conduct, with their behavior. And however, it's kind of a contradiction, I might say, in my opinion, according to logic, that he's getting mad at them for what they are doing. Those people that were in that church, we are a product of the system of white supremacy. Whatever you see black people doing, whether sitting in church and what we call a black church, historically black church, there's a reason for it being called a black church. It's a reaction to the system of white supremacy. That's what every black church is. That's why it's called a black church. It's a reaction to the system of white supremacy. Otherwise, it would just be called a Christian church. No, African Methodist, that's a special title. So, but that's a result of the system of white supremacy. So here you have a white person going in there saying, I'm going to disrupt what you're doing by killing you for being in here, when it was the white supremacists who made that church possible. Otherwise, it would be just another church. All of Christian churches is what they would be called. And nobody would know the difference between a black church and a white church. So see, you have lots of contradictions in the system of white supremacy. Actually, if that young white man wanted to be angry with somebody, he should be angry with the white people who are around him, because they are the ones who invented the system and the way that it's working, because it's working very well. It's just being refined. But I don't know what he's angry about. Everything is set up to help him.
So, Professor,
now, so if he has a gripe, it can't be with black people. Black people don't take over anything.
So, Professor Fuller, let's go ahead and let people know again that they're listening to our Mix What I Like here at WPFW 89.3 FM. And in the last 10 minutes we have on this program here with Dr. Haight and Alexander Pushkin, and of course Neely Fuller, our special guest. We want to let a couple of callers get in here, and we're going to have to remind you again, heavy community comment rules apply. 60 seconds or less, please, so we can get through a few of these and have a special a moment here. But caller, you're on the air with WPFW, and I Mix What I Like. Good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Good morning.
The idea of supremacy itself is what we should fight. The only supreme being is God. There is no human being that is supreme. And like the professor said, as the gangs here kill another black person, the dictators installed by white supremacists are killing Africans. In Ethiopia, the dictators are killing, like they beheaded.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on. Thank you, Brother Tesfu. Let's grab another caller real quick here at WPFW. Good morning. Please turn down your radios as you listen. Caller, you're on the air. Thank you for joining us.
Yes. Hi. My name is Joan from Washington, D.C., and I feel as sisters and brothers, Pan-African as well as African-American, need to have a discussion about what is whiteness, where did melanin recessiveness come from, and the sister author historian Nell Irvin Painter, who wrote the book The History of White People, I'm not sure if you've discussed that on your show, is a must read because she recounts the history very thoroughly of how this caste system whiteness developed, because we need to redefine ourselves and not define ourselves in reaction to a people who try to dominate, but we need to understand the.
She was talking about the lineage movement back then. She just didn't have it. She just didn't word it like how we word it now. But she was like, we actually need to define ourselves opposed to being reactionary to the system that we're under. So we are the foundational Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen. That is who we are. I'm gonna let it continue. It's about 10 minutes left.
The history of this caste system, which is what it is, that goes by lineage and skin color.
So that's an excellent point.
Yep.
And Nell Irvin Painter was just on the margin yesterday. For folks want to check that out,
really?
They can go to wpfw.org.
We've talked about Grace Elizabeth Hale's work that I think I'm more familiar with, The Making of Whiteness, and also we've definitely talked about oh my goodness, his name just slipped my mind. I'm gonna come back to him though. But
is he a white guy?
Nah, he's a brother. Talks a legendary cat, Oliver Cox. We've talked about him as Oliver Cox, who's talked about this development of caste and class and
whiteness as well. Professor Fuller, do you have any particular responses to those last comments or anything that the last two callers raised?
Well, Well, I understand. If I understand what one of the persons said, they said that only God is supreme.
Mm-hmm.
Was that correct?
That was one of the comments. Yes.
Yes, and the white supremacists themselves, the ones that I've listened to all down through the years, they have said that God is supreme. But one of the white supremacists, and this is the one that stands out to me, back in the 1960s, he explained that. He said, oh, sure, God is over all people, regardless of what color they are, and over all animals and all creatures. I mean, everybody should understand that. But then he said something else. He said, God assigned white people to dominate black people. That's what he said. All right. He said, oh, yes, we all have a God, but God assigned white people to be over black people. And if everybody would just shut up and let it alone, everybody will prosper like they ought to.
Just shut up and keep.
Now, see, so that is a part of the white supremacist package. Oh, yeah, the white supremacists do not deny the existence of God, but they say God assigned them to tell black people what to do. See, and that is a problem.
That is a major
because I don't necessarily agree with that myself.
Right.
Baba Fuller, let me jump in and just remind people that you have written an extremely important book, the United Independent Compensatory Code System Concept, a textbook workbook for thought, speech, and/or action for victims of racism (white supremacy), and they can pick that up at your site. And then you worked with Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who will be celebrated at the Willie Williams Church in Southeast. And then there's also Yoruga by Mama Marimba Ani, and none of these folks are cited in Nell Evan Painter's work. I want to just remind folks, whenever you hear these authors talking about whiteness, ask them if they're citing Fuller, Ani, and Welsing. We got another caller on the line with us.
And if I can, I'm sorry to interrupt the caller here, just real quick. I just want to remind people again at mixwhatilike.org, since this issue of rule of law was brought up, that they could find what I think is a really powerful talk given by Laura Nader in 2008, the sister of Ralph Nader, who I think is far more interesting and complicated in her work. But she was talking about her work with Ugo Matai about the international establishment of law as colonial rule. And once you establish the rule of law, then in the context of what Neely Fuller is saying, white supremacy is made legal and encouraged even. But yes, caller, welcome to the air, WPFW. Compulsory, exactly.
You got to vote for white supremacy.
Okay, exactly.
You see how that people are hanging up and hating.
They hung up. They
call back, or fall back.
Call or fall back, whichever it's up to you.
No, but this is a really important piece though, because there is a compulsion in the work that you see from these white supremacists.
Yes.
Like they are earning their Cub Scout badges by going out and engaging these acts of terror.
That's right.
And terror is really the patriotic way. So I'm shocked that the president wouldn't describe this as an act of terrorism. If this act resulted in more deaths than the Boston Marathon bombing,
right, and
that was terrorism,
right,
then please call it what it is.
Well, but again, obviously, the association of terror and terrorism is
how you join
racialized. Huh?
Is there association of terror and terrorism? Is that what every white citizen in this country gets born into? Welcome to your membership. You are now a deputy.
May Alexander Pushkin
yes, please.
For 1 second
yes,
and ask Professor Fuller, if he's still around, what he thinks we can do about this issue and about this issue of white supremacy. How do we deal with it? Most people break into two camps, right? The violent approach, where maybe we should arm ourselves even in our own churches and shoot back, when somebody like that walks in.
That's definitely part of the conversation, yeah.
Or do we pray and try to reason with them? Because that doesn't seem to be working. What do we do?
We do a number of things, and I have made a number of things suggested, a great number of things in the book, textbook, workbook for thought, speech, and or action for victims of white supremacy. That's why I wrote my book, because I was getting tired of asking questions and not getting answers about what to do, just what you're talking about now. So So since I couldn't find books that told me anything about what to do, I had books on every kind of analysis you could think of. I mean, people were analyzing this and analyzing that, but that was very important. People writing novels like Richard Wright's books. I read them and all like that. But I couldn't find very many books that told me, or really any book, that would tell me specifically what to do on a day-by-day basis as a victim of racism. What do I do in the area of economics? What do I do in the area of education? What do I do in the area of entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war? You have to cover all those areas, and you have to have something specific to do. So I came up with what I call a code book, because the white supremacists have a code. They're very exact in what they do. This is why they're successful. They are not sloppy at all.
Not at all.
They are precision artists when it comes to practicing white supremacy. They're the most sophisticated people on this planet when it comes to doing what they do. So black people just run around like in circles, I mean, and bump into things and fall over things and trip over things and hope that things will work out. And we don't have any kind of plan of any kind. I mean, that's addressed to the individual person. What do you do when this happens? What do you do when that happens? And what do you say? And how do you say it? Because there are a lot of things that require you to say things. How do you go about saying things? So I tried to put this in the book that you can get by going to producejustice.com. Now, they won't cover everything because no one has covered everything or even enough things
go to Amazon. I want to produce
about what to do about racism.
Well, Professor Fuller,
this is why it hasn't been solved.
Professor Fuller, unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there. We thank you again for coming on at such short notice and doing what you do, laying it out plain and simple and I think quite accurately. We thank you very much again for joining us this morning.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. And thanks to all of you for listening. Big shout out again to my main man, Dr. Haight, Alexander Pushkin, Mike on the boards, making sure things sound as they're supposed to. We'll again invite you back to imixwhatilike.org for more on this show and more, including our special just published today, the myths and realities of Juneteenth. And we hope you enjoy your Juneteenth and the rest of your weekend. Peace if you're willing to fight for it, as Fred Hampton used to say, and we'll catch you in the whirlwind, everybody.
All right. So RIP to the master teacher, warrior scholar, Neely Fuller Jr. As you can see, he was definitely codified and on code. He came up with the code. And anybody talking about code, and they ain't talking about Neely Fuller Jr. and Dr. Francis Cress Wilson and the other scholar, the brother named, and they don't know what the hell they talking about. Lady Chair.
What?
What are your thoughts on the part 2?
Okay, what?
On Neely Fuller understanding white supremacy.
I think you said it.
The part 2 though.
Like what?
What I just played.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said.
Okay. All right, so moving along, we have an incident of racism, white supremacy.
I don't know preservation.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead, Curious.
Moving along, we have an incident of racism, white supremacy, and that is an Arby worker told to erase proof of racist attack. Surveillance footage kept secret. Clearly an act of blatant racism, white supremacy that you're going to see.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the bullpen.
The bullpen.
Yeah, come here, get out. Get out. I'm calling you.
I am.
Let me see your police put that on this camera back. And I asked them that he want number 1 and number 2. Number 1 and number 2. But I don't know who you can be. I don't know. You don't come up here. I don't know. Yeah, you push me. Come on. Yeah, bitch. You hit me first, bitch. You right in the face. Hit me right in my face.
Police.
Bitch, you got this red move that bitch.
And Arby pulled over.
Okay, move that. You what, bitch?
Yeah, Arby pulled over 1860 North Germantown.
Black bitch.
A customer is arguing with the employee and he jumped over the counter. And he throwing stuff.
Earlier this week on Indisputable, we covered how an Arby's worker in Tennessee was attacked, defended herself, and then fired.
You push me. Come on. Yeah, you hit me first, bitch. You right in the face. Hit me right in my face.
Police.
Here's your goddamn red bull back, bitch.
And Arby's poured over.
Okay, phone back. You black bitch.
Yeah, Arby's poured over. 1860 North Germantown.
Black bitch.
A customer is arguing with the employee and he jumped over the counter. And he throwing stuff.
Earlier this week on Indisputable, we covered how an Arby's worker in Tennessee was attacked, defended herself, and then fired from the establishment afterwards. We have with us today Miss Kendra Irving. Ms. Irving, how are you?
All right.
Glad to have you on the program. I wish it was under better circumstances. We do want to hear directly from you as to what happened. Obviously, we can see the video. We can see the aggression, the violence, the racism. But give us some background as to that day and what led up to this before the video and during the video.
Okay, on January the 20th of 2025, he came in. I was at the fry station already doing some cleaning. So he was standing up there and waiting for his order to get taken. As I looked at him, glanced at him, he looked like he was already not in a good mood or whatever. But I didn't know I was up there. So I walked to the back, asked the manager who's up front. She said, I put you up front. So I went up front, said, hey, how you doing? And he didn't say, hey, how you doing back? He didn't reply back. He just went on with his order. I asked him what he want. He was like, he wants the roast beef sandwich. And I said to him that we have two different kinds. We have the beef and cheddar class, and we have the number 2, just meat and bread. Yeah. He said, pick. He said, it didn't matter. Give me one. So I picked it. I asked him, I said, can you check your screen to make sure your order's correct? He like, yeah. Gave me his money. And he gave me his money in the next attitude, but I didn't say nothing to him wrong then. Gave him his money, and as he gave me his money, his cook, I went on back to finish washing dishes or whatever I was doing. And as I come back from the kitchen, he had already gave his food. He set the lobby out there in the lobby thing, getting sauce or whatever, and came back with the sandwich. He like, this is the damn sandwich I ordered, such and such. Bitch can't even get the order right. And I can explain to him like, sir, I can make the sandwich you want. He started shooting up, and he walking back to the lobby. As he walking back to the lobby, he threw something towards me from the lobby while I'm sitting right there behind the counter. He threw something towards me. Yes, I threw something back at him because he's throwing at me. Like, why is you throwing at me? I didn't throw nothing at you. Yes, I did throw something at him. That's what made him come across the counter when I threw what I threw at him. Came across the counter. He came past the fry. He went past the fry station, pushed me down like by my face, like literally, manly pushed me down. Like I was like, oh my God, I was so totally in shock that when on the video you would see me with the knife in the fry pan. Because I was like totally shocked. Like this man just jumped over the counter and pushed me down for over an order that I could have fixed. I was like totally shocked. So that's why I had the knife in the fry basket. Get to work. They found out some days later. The managers, they say they didn't know about the incident until days later. They had me come in, write a statement. That day, the third stage, January 30th, they had me come in, write a statement. I wrote my statement. And they asked me, was I coming back to work? I was like, yes, I'm coming back to work because I have to take care of my son and my bills. I was coming back to work. That Friday, when I got there, I wasn't even on the clock for 25 minutes. They called the manager that was on shift and told them to tell me that I was terminated and get off the clock.
How long have you been employed? Were you employed at Arby's before this happened?
Working there April the 18th, 2022. April 18th of 2025 would have made 3 years.
Almost 3 years. And producers, if we have a graphic of the individual approaching the worker, let's put that up if we have that graphic. At this moment, can you see that graphic? At this moment, when he's that close to you, and it looks as if obviously he's being aggressive again. Yeah. What was he saying?
Right, he was grabbing my hand. He was like, stab me. He was like, grab my hand to make the knife like come towards him and stab him. Like, stab me, stab me, stab me, stab me, stab me. Like, okay, why would I stab you? I wasn't even trying to stab. I was just trying to get him away from around the counter to like get away from out my face workspace area. I wasn't gonna stab him. I wasn't gonna do nothing too harmful. But I was just trying to get him to get out my space. Like that's why I had the knife in the private, like get out my face. But he grabbed my hand like this, stab me, stab me, stab me, like in my face, stab me, I'm going to jail. But my thing is, if I do something at him first, why didn't he stay on the scene? He left the scene when the police got there. He was gone before the police got there, but he stated that I did something at him first. If I assaulted him first, I would stay on. I would have stayed on the scene to press charge on someone that did something at me first. Correct?
What was the response from your coworker? Because obviously, I assume other people saw this happening. Maybe there's a manager on staff at the time. What was their response?
They didn't do nothing. When no response to nothing, they just called the police.
Having worked for them motherfuckers, I'm not surprised.
Does this routinely happen at that Arby's, or is this a rare occurrence?
It was the first time this ever happened with me working on a shift that I don't work.
And about what time did this happen? What time was it?
About 9. He came in about 9:08. The police got there about 9:30.
Okay. And when the police got there, did they take a statement from you and others who were witnesses?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was the couple out there eating in the lobby, and he was acting food out there. They was out there. The police got their statement. He got my statement. I think he got the manager's statement. On the report, it doesn't say the employee that was on shift said anything. He didn't give no statement.
So none of the other employees made a witness statement as to what occurred? Mm-hmm. Were you aware, or are you aware of the police getting the camera footage from Arby's?
No.
Probably white coworker.
They won't release it. Well, I went in to identify him with the sergeant. I sat right there, watch her call the manager, ask the manager how long it would take for them to release the video, how many days would it take to release the video, and the manager said she couldn't do nothing. She couldn't access them. She don't have access to the video. She's waiting on somebody that's over her to give her access to give the video. The sergeant asked the manager, can she get the number to the people? And the manager said she can't give their number. She couldn't give the number out. She'll call them and ask them, is it okay for her to give the number to the sergeant? And then when she hung up, the sergeant, like, they're trying to cover that company. I was like, I know.
Wow, that's very unfortunate. So as it stands now, that initial report was taken, the individual engaged in that kind of aggression and that kind of criminal behavior. There's no witness statement from any of the co-workers, as you know. And has he been identified? Has the person who did this been identified?
He has been identified. I went down into the police precinct, identified him. But we couldn't press the charge because Arby don't want to release inside the video because the sergeant said it's first day. He said I do something first. I said he do something first.
I have an appointment in the morning.
So as it stands, so he does get identified. Arby's, they have the full footage. That's why we're talking about Arby's, because Arby's has the full footage of everything that happened because they have cameras in the building. Arby's, the corporate entity, you're saying that they are not releasing or allowing the release of the video?
Nope. They won't release it.
Has there been an exact determination from somebody in management as to why Arby's has decided not to release it?
No, sir. I heard when I wasn't there, they was asking the other employees, what am I trying to do? What y'all mean what I'm trying to do? I was trying to press charges on one of y'all customers, like, because this was insane.
You know, it's really interesting. Employers have a responsibility to keep employees safe and also customers to an extent. And if they don't do that, sometimes employers can be held liable for something called premises liability. And that's when they don't take proper measure in order to make sure you are protected in a scenario like that. Let me ask you about your feeling at the time that this happened. Obviously, you were in fear for your life. I noticed that no one came and jumped in front of the guy. Were there customers there? How many people were in the vicinity when this happened?
2 customers in the library, me, another employee, and a manager.
Okay. And did anybody even say anything to him to get him to stop or to calm down or to leave?
The employee told, only thing the employee said was, you can't be back here, sir. You can't be back here, sir. Nobody got involved in it. Everybody let it escalate to where did nobody get involved in it. It was just me and him just having a patient, and everybody just sitting there watching.
Can you explain to us exactly where he was in reference to your workspace or the workspace of Arby's? How far did he penetrate to go into the workspace that you were working in at that time?
To the back. We jumped all the way to the back, like where the office is. He was nearly in the office, nearly inside the office. He went all the way back that way. Then as he leaving, yes, I was going back after him because he had just assaulted me. Like, you just assaulted me, he gonna get away with this. But no, you need to go on, get a car, get back.
Now the sergeant is saying that it's basically a he said, she said without having the full video. I would rebut that and say, while you may not have the full video, you do have witnesses that can still be contacted. Just because they were not on the initial report doesn't mean they can't be contacted now. But you also have what seems to be a clear violation of trespass. He's not authorized to be in that area.
That's because I had to appear.
Did the police sergeant talk about the trespass issue that he may have committed by being in an unauthorized, in an area that he wasn't authorized to be in?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. How has this affected you?
Badly. Because I actually made me nervous. I'd be so nervous to even be around people because I don't know how nobody feeling or what they might just because they having a bad day, they might turn out and just skip on me. I'm just nervous, actually. And then I'm in a bad bind with my bills and everything now because I'd have been fired. Like, it's just crazy.
Do you know if this Arby's is a corporate owned Arby's or a franchise Arby's?
I think it's a franchise.
Okay. And as it stands now, what reason did they give you for firing you soon after this attack?
Did I violate a policy?
Okay.
I wasn't supposed to retaliate. I guess I'm supposed to let him retaliate on me and then just call the police and leave it at that.
Okay. And has anybody given you an indication that in the future they're going to release the full video for the sake of the investigation?
No, sir.
And
I was told to delete the video, but I didn't delete it.
They told you to delete it?
Yeah, bullshit.
Who told you to delete the video?
One of the managers.
Oh, hell no.
For what reason?
I didn't understand that part. I was like, when he was like, delete it. I was like, okay, I'm gonna delete it. But in my mind, I didn't delete it. That's how I got on Facebook. It's in my phone. I didn't delete it. I'm not deleting nothing.
While she was on the job.
Yeah, you definitely. That's a little piece of evidence that actually made it out of this. Was the fact that there's some level of footage available. Because obviously others didn't go on record, at least not initially. Let me ask you about your life right now. You are a mother.
Eric Blacc.
And you have a GoFundMe.
Yes,
and I think we have that GoFundMe available. Jordan, let's put that up.
Her GoFundMe.
So Kendra has opened up a GoFundMe account to cover her bills. Obviously, this was something that happened abruptly, almost with the company for 3 years, and this happened. And also to help her in the process of obtaining legal representation. The GoFundMe is support Kendra Irvin's fight for justice. Support Kendra Irvin's fight for justice. If you can provide some assistance for those who are watching this, I highly encourage you to do so. Obviously, this sister, you were just at work like you would go to work any other day. And this individual came in and all of a sudden your life has been turned inside out, turned upside down. Have you been getting responses on social media? What have those responses been?
Some of them be good, some of them be reaching out, giving me support, saying they fight with me, they like they wrong for firing me. Some of them saying I'm the reason that he's acting like that. I had an attitude or whatever that day. But, excuse me. Since I've been working there, I never got a thank from a customer or anything, not even by no manager or nothing. I always been respectful. My mama raised me to be very respectful. I'm not no disrespectful person. I'm not just gonna walk in and give nobody. Why would I apply for a fast food when I know I got to deal with people? And I'm gonna have to have a good attitude if I'm gonna deal with people. Now I know nasty attitude.
Right. Been with this company for 3 years and obviously developing relationships with co-workers and managers throughout that time. What has been the most surprising outcome of this whole saga for you?
Yeah, they let me go. After all this, for protecting myself, like they let me go for legitimately protecting myself. What was I supposed to do? What else? What was I supposed to do? What if he would have shot me instead of throwing something because I got his order on? What if he would have shot me? Then what?
Then what? Exactly.
I find it quite offensive to the conscious that there's a video available. They have recording there for a reason. And when it comes to an investigation that could assist one of their employees in properly prosecuting, filing charges, pressing charges against somebody who attacked them, that they would not be fully cooperative with law enforcement because law enforcement want the video, correct?
Mm-hmm. They want to see when he came in from the whole time. And if the cameras out there in the lobby and the cameras back there where we did, they could see him all back there. If they get the camera, they wouldn't release him. They would see him going past he can't pass the fire station. He's always in the back with me.
Have you spoken to any attorney or attorneys as of yet to see what your legal options may be moving forward?
One lady inboxed me her husband. They live in Barley. I'm saying I was gonna contact them once I got off the show with you guys, and then I called one of them. I think there was Morgan. They said they couldn't take.
Okay. I do highly encourage that you connect to good, solid legal counsel.
Yes.
Obviously, things like this should not happen, but when they do, and a corporation has the video, they definitely should not decide to act contrary to cooperate with the investigation, regardless of what they may personally believe about you or not. Cooperating with the investigation is simply normal business in cases like this. Let's put up the GoFundMe again. I want to make sure people have ample opportunity to provide assistance if they are able. Once again, we have a GoFundMe account. Kendra has a GoFundMe, support Kendra Irvin's fight for justice. The information is there. You can go there. The sister, I'm sorry that this happened to you. You have been loyal to a company for 3 years. I'm hopeful that the outcome of this will be a bright and shining outcome for you. All right, I want you to just keep your head up. What would you like people to know before you go?
About me? Well, about me or
about you or even the situation?
The situation is crazy. If you ever come into a contact like this, please walk away. Please have 911 on standby. Just so you won't lose your job just because you can't protect just because nowadays you got to just sit there and take the insult from the customers because they say customers are always right, but customers are not always right. They come in being rude. We have to deal with the rudeness because if we get rude, then look at the results of what caused me. I lost my job because I retaliated because of the customer retaliated on me.
Yeah.
Yeah. We wish you all the luck in the world, all right? And if there's anything we can do for you here at Indisputable, just reach out. Okay? You got our information.
Shit.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for telling us your story.
This is another reason why we need an anti-Black hate crime bill, like ASAP. I worked for Arby's. Fuck Arby's. I'll never work for them ever again in life. They fired me, y'all, get this, for suspicion of selling drugs. Not for selling drugs, not for doing anything illegal, suspicion of selling drugs. That's what I got fired for. I worked for Arby's for about a year and a half when I was in my teens. I was about 19, 20 years old. And they fired me just out the blue one day for suspicion of selling drugs. And there was many days I wanted to hop over the counter on customers because most can be really rude. But like the sister was saying, you got to be able to be in that kind of environment. You got to be willing to interact with people. Not everybody wants to do that, especially me. The older I'm getting, the less patience I have for that type of shit. I can't do what I was doing when I was younger. Like, I didn't even like it then. Like, I would be ready to cuss a customer out with the quickness, especially when they don't even know all the shit you got to go through just to make that damn sandwich. It's like ridiculous. And then she kept telling the dude, like, hey, we don't have the ground beef because you got to let that shit sit out. You got to take it out the oven. You got to do all that shit. I almost lost my damn thumb behind the damn slicer. These motherfuckers, I almost lost my whole thumb. I almost cut my whole thumb off. And they didn't even really provide no medical assistance at all. Almost lost my whole thumb working at goddamn Arby's. And I worked for 2 different locations. I worked for the one in Lakewood, which was on Kendall and Colfax, and then I worked for the one by East. That used to be by East. It's now a Chase Bank. But back then it was an Arby's, and that's the one they fired me from. So yeah, fuck Arby's. I hope this sister gets paid. Kendra, Irving, I hope you get paid. Buku bucks, because that's some bullshit. They're gonna fire you for defending yourself. Yeah, I can't do it. I hate customer service jobs. That's exactly why I hate customer service jobs. I never had a customer hop over the counter though like that shit. Like, he wouldn't have done that shit if she was white, and he damn sure wouldn't have done that shit if she was a man. But that just lets you know we are under a system of racism and white supremacy. Like we started the show off with Neely Fuller Jr. And when you go to jail, you just go to a greater form of confinement. So we're in an open air prison, and your skin is your uniform. And this just so happened to have the complexion to not get the protection. You see, the damn corporate ain't doing nothing to help this sister. They want her to delete the video. Like, no, hell no. You better keep that video, sister. I hope you made copies of it and everything. To hell with these mugs. All right, ladies, hey, what is your thoughts?
I think that something should happen to that dude for real. Like,
yeah,
you know,
you need to have hands and feet put all over you. Gonna hop over the counter and push that
she
sister.
Been fired? I think no. I don't think she should have been fired. But I also think that she could have, if they didn't have to fire, they could have put her in a different location. If it was that, like whatever, because you know it's not just hard to do that kind of shit. They have customer service skills, blah blah, and make food.
Yeah.
But the thing is that when you have customers that no matter what you do,
they always complain.
To fuck up shit. They came up in there to take their frustrations out.
Yeah.
Like typical kid carrying energy. That's just kind of planned out before they go inside. They kind of know they're going to act out. You know what I mean? It's not like spontaneous.
Yeah.
They already have had that in their mindset.
Before they even came in.
Yeah, because they come in there just ready.
Yeah.
And it could be a tone or whatever. You know, they always think black people are rude, or especially women. Like when it's certain kids, they think black women are rude or they got an attitude or whatever, then that's not necessarily the case. It might just be, that they just have a different type of tone in their voice, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna be smiling and grinning all goddamn day. And I'm a black man. I don't like that shit.
And the thing is that, when it comes to that man is, first of all, that man is bigger than her. She hopped over that counter. When it becomes a contentious situation, I feel like it should be self-defense.
Yeah.
Immediately up top, once that motherfucker shot his ass over that counter, then if anything should happen, he fell down, slipped on some grease, whatever. She would have been still full, right? Spread herself.
Yep.
Because there was a barrier there to protect her from them.
Yeah.
It's a barrier to, just kind of like, like a distance,
Yeah.
It's kind of invisible, but it's not supposed to be invisible, And her having a weapon and a motherfucking grease basket, fry basket in her head. She's talking, she's like trying to be whatever. He called all kind of names.
Yeah.
It's always the
bad names.
The double B word.
He called her NBs.
Yeah. And so it's like, look here, like this is wrong. But they only have workers with you that won't even defend you.
Yeah.
Like, and it comes to your defense.
You got a manager and a co-worker.
Even just, you don't have to physically get involved, but just be like, hey, sometimes there's another voice that might jostle the situation. If they weren't trying to do that, you know what I mean? Like, for real, there was
one called in the corporate. Yeah, go ahead.
It's like statutory, like something will jostle the situation. So, you might be, like, this motherfucker recording, they're not necessarily calling the police.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, one of them was on the phone with the police.
But did that help it? That's not shit ain't helpful, because if it was, the police would have got down there quicker, right?
Well,
they just kind of bobbing around.
They have a slow response in our community.
They was bobbing around like they didn't give a fuck, right? They were just there to drug their ass. So, same time, now the people that fired her, like, look, you want the people to do the most for a little bit of money, but then you want to turn around and act like when they're doing to try to de-escalate a situation and be, work with someone.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll fix your sandwich, you start right, I'll make it, like this, whatever. It's trying to, placate and
console.
Like, and motherfucker, hold on, Jesse. Motherfucker's like, no, nothing is going to be good enough because the intent was set out to be a problem. And then go, because it's one thing what's happening that your coworkers aren't really helpful. It's another thing that they're behind your back will help you get fired.
Yeah.
And not stand up for you, not
right.
even say, look, I saw this and I saw that, which be in her defense. Then to ask her to tell her to delete the video, and they can eat appendix all day.
Right.
No, why? Because first of all, like, anything could happen. That man could have picked her up and shook her and threw her.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He could have wrestled the shit out of her hand and shaked her.
Yeah, he could have done a lot of things. You see, he was trying to get her to stab him.
Yeah, like,
talking about stab me.
So, like, to me, it's like her getting this kind of recognition. I saw this earlier on another podcast. Like, I was watching a Trey Keith show. Fucking a couple days back, and there was no audio to this video, this show. So I see they heard about the story, and they're like, well, yeah, damn. And I saw her interview after that fact with the news, and they fired her. I'm like, look, man, you don't know what kind of it took her like 45 minutes to get to work too, something like that, some crazy shit.
Yeah.
Like, not only she got to drive this way, now she got to put up with all this bullshit, wrestle a man at work, defend herself by standing for herself because she not know such, and they get fired because everybody they mom wanted to throw her under the bus, even though they were there. No, police justice, and this motherfucker get to eat another sandwich another day at the same location. You know what I mean? And she got to win something for herself, so she got to go ahead and put a motherfucking stupid ass GoFundMe account, which everybody's gonna fucking go ahead and say, you're this, you're that, like she said. You already have good and bad results. And I think it's definitely miscarriage of justice.
Yes.
Because she didn't deserve it. Nobody deserves it, but she didn't really deserve it. What happened if she would have went to that man's job and wild out?
Right.
And the shoes on around, like, you know.
They would have locked her up.
They would have locked her ass up. So it's terrible. I'm thankful that we signed up, you know, Dr. Yashesha. Yeah, that's a big ass platform.
Yeah.
You know, for her to get some
airtime.
Because she couldn't get no help even with the lawyer.
Right.
All these other motherfuckers, they got ambulance chasers.
Yeah, we're Ben Crump on
and
this.
they standing up in defense of all these other things. Like, they pick and choose what they want to do.
We're Slee Merritt on this.
Like, that's fucked up. Yeah. She can't even get to press charges, and they didn't even look for the man.
Where the justice on this?
Right there, look for the man. They don't know who the man is.
They know who the hell he is.
Yeah, but that's what you said, right?
Yeah.
So, like, that's crazy to talk to me. That's all these cameras and everything. They sure can solve crimes.
They got it on camera.
Oh, really? Think about
well,
it. They
not
can't
only
do all this stuff when they want to, but
Yeah.
when you need them to, they can't. Doesn't seem to work. Nobody knows what's happening.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
Everyone's looking at their feet. It's fucking stupid.
That's why shout out to whoever was
really
filming
bad.
it, because if they wouldn't have filmed it, this would have never got any kind of play.
Right. Right.
And they had the cameras in the Arby's, because they have cameras in those restaurants.
That part.
Especially back behind the counter. So corporate should already have a video of the shit. They talking about she needs to delete the video. Fuck no. You better keep that shit, sister, and make sure you make multiple copies of it.
Well, I mean, you can't keep yours because they can edit it, they can delete it, they can do whatever. But as long as it's being viewed on the internet right now, there'll be a lot of motherfucking scrubbing of this shit.
Yeah.
You know, and either way, there's motherfuckers that think like that all day, every day, they're everywhere. And they might call you everything but
a child of God.
To prove their point. And they get to get along and eat a sandwich or eat whatever and do whatever, whenever. You know, and we gotta live constantly looking over our shoulder, worry about get a job. What if she can't get a job no more because she got fired? You know, that is the employment.
Yeah.
And from a simple fucking sandwich place, you can't get a job at like Wendy's or whatever else because she's working in one of those places.
Yeah.
So surely she should be hireable for another position.
Right.
But because she got fired and because it's like this level, she might not be able to get employed. And nobody seems to give a fuck about that.
No.
See what I'm saying? That's crazy. That's crazy to me.
It's crazy to me as well.
They motherfuckers fired her.
Yes,
they should have known that though.
Yeah.
How hard it was gonna be.
Right.
Because you can't watch that video and think she's the aggressor.
No, she was defending herself from this.
So you can't be like, oh well, because people will call from another job, be like, hey, you know, did you have somebody working there? I'm a salad bar. So
how was that performance?
You know, they give her the blackball her.
Yeah.
So she can't get a job anywhere else, making anything or doing anything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that's her only qualification to say right now, right? So she's fucked out of the way. Damn if you do, damn if you don't, right?
Yep.
So she'll get no justice and she can't get a job right away. She got to wait and pray that nobody calls to check her references.
Right.
That's fucked up.
That part.
Yeah.
Shout out to the viewers. Thank y'all for staying up late. I'm going to move us to another heavy subject, and that is update settlement reached after cops shoot at black man 96 times during a traffic stop.
Hell of a thing. This is an update. Dexter Reed's family will now receive $1.2 million because the police were trigger happy, killed someone, and lied about it. Here's a reminder.
Fair use, goddamn use.
Chicago police are initiating a traffic stop on a driver reportedly for not wearing a seatbelt, according to the Civilian Office of Police.
Hold on, let me do this real quick, y'all. Copyright disclaimer for Act 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Again, copyright is fair use under copyright disclaimer, section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research.
Accountability. A traffic stop being conducted by 5 tactical officers.
Roll the window down. What are you doing? Roll this one down. Roll that one down too. Hey, don't roll the window up. Don't roll the window up. Hey, okay. Do not roll the window up. Do not unlock the doors now.
The temperature quickly escalates. One officer puts what appears to be his gun on the windshield. Reed then fires first, hitting an officer in the forearm, according to the initial investigation. Then, chaos.
Hey! Hey, St. Louis, good! Stop fire!
Shots fired.
Stop fire!
Reed goes down. Then, 3 final gunshots, 96 in total, according to investigators.
96 gunshots. The family will now receive $1.25 million. I will give you the background and the update. Put it up full mass.
That's horrible. That's all he was worth.
Chicago police claimed the reason for the traffic stop was that Mr. Reed was not wearing a seatbelt. But body cam footage
all he did was roll up the window.
Shows that none of the officers were wearing seatbelts when they hopped out of their car with guns drawn. Then, when questioned how they could have seen a seatbelt violation through Reed's dark tinted windows, police then changed their narrative to claim they had pulled him over because his tint was too dark. The lawsuit filed by Reed's family states the real reason they stopped the young Mr. Reed was because of racial profiling. They were hoping to find something more serious than a seatbelt violation. And earlier this week, it was announced that the family will receive $1.25 million in a settlement. I'm going to give you the details about the fatal encounter. A group of Chicago cops driving an unmarked car in a residential community and dressed in plain clothes cut in front of another car driven by a black man named Dexter Reed last March, forcing him to stop before ordering him out at gunpoint and never identifying themselves as officers or informing him why he was being detained. Full stop on that. You're in Chicago. A group, multiple vehicles, a group of human beings jump out, plain clothes, with guns. They do not identify themselves as officers. They do not have anything on their persons to identify that they work for the government. What are you thinking? You would think what anyone else would think. It's a carjacking. Maybe something even more sinister. Police claim Reed was only 26 years of age, responded by firing a single shot, striking one of the cops in the wrist. But that is not clear in any of the multiple videos released by the Chicago Office of Police Accountability. What is clear is that the cops fired 96 shots within 41 seconds. That's clear. Striking him 13 times and killing him after he stepped out of the car with both hands in the air, showing he was unarmed. The 5 cops involved in the traffic stop: Guillaume Papa, Thomas Spanos, Victor Pacheco, Gregory St. Louis, and Arby Webb were the subjects of numerous complaints
They didn't have no identity
from citizens in the months leading up to the shooting, death of Reed, according to Block Club Chicago. In the 3 days leading up to the shooting, the same group of cops pulled over 50 cars without issuing a single citation, the Sun-Times reported. So what do you have? You got a jump out crew. We used to have it in the city of Atlanta. They called them Red Dog.
Yeah.
Red Dog routinely violated constitutional rights.
Like crash.
Red Dog would just hop out on individuals because they felt like it. That is a constitutional no-no. You cannot create this dragnet and engage the citizen, engage a person without any prerequisite reason. And that is exactly what these cops were doing. The record was clear. If the local newspaper, if the local paper can get the data, who else has the data? The sergeant has the data.
Yeah.
The watch commander, the captain, the chief likely has the data because the data is available. But they allowed this to continue to permeate clearly because they didn't give a damn about the citizens who were being violated. There's more. Following the shooting, the cops were all placed on paid administrative leave, but one, Guillaume Papa, resigned in November to take a new job at the Tip Police Department in Ohio. WTTW reported this last week.
Wow.
So Andrew Stroth, an attorney representing Reed's family, told the Chicago Sun-Times on Monday, quote, "This case is about an unlawful and violent escalatory traffic stop in a city that has a pattern and practice of these types of discriminatory pretextual stops. First, they said no seatbelt. Then they said tinted windows. It was all pretextual, he said. The city has spent tens of millions of dollars defending cases like this because this is a pattern and practice case about traffic stops and about the policies and procedures of the Chicago Police Department. The cost of defense is several $1 million. So who's on the line for the money? Well, the taxpayer is. Who's defunding the police? The police are defunding the police. Who is the victim? Well, the individuals who are killed because of this kind of insane behavior. Now, this only permeates for one reason, because you have a culture that protects it. There's a culture that protects it. So just as the blood is on the hands of these cops who engaged in actually firing bullets, the blood is also on the hands of the policymakers and politicians who protect the practice. The lawsuit cited a survey that states Black people in Chicago are 4 times as likely than white people in Chicago to be stopped by police while driving, walking, or just standing. Quote, 10% of young Black men reported experiencing a use of force other than handcuffing by a CPD officer, a rate 6 times greater than all Chicago adults during that same time period, the claim states. 11% of young Black men reported having a gun pointed at them by a Chicago police officer over the past 12 months, over 5 times the rate of all Chicago residents. Quote, the cops here are not really doing the job of a police officer, said Angie Smith, who lives around the corner from the Reed shooting death, where the shooting death took place. Quote, they are really intimidating people just because they have a badge. They are not serving and protecting us anymore. It seems like they are here just because they have a quota to hit. A few years ago, I went to Chicago. I was involved in a peace rally where rival gang leaders signed peace accords or peace agreements. And there was a white male city councilman. Man, this guy, beautiful soul. He wanted to remain off record. He cared more about doing the work than anything else. He said something to me. These negotiations will start at 12 midnight. He said something to me that I thought was profound, but I know today to be true. He said, you know, the real job of Chicago PD, it is to keep South Chicago and North Chicago separate. Sharon, hell of a story. Thoughts here?
Yeah, I remember when you were part of that peace summit. It was successful too, the right way to increase safety in parts of the country. You mentioned the Red Dogs in Atlanta. And what happens when you don't deal with the jump out boys? It's every jurisdiction, whether it's Chicago, Atlanta, or Memphis. $550 million lawsuit down there by the mother of Tyree Nichols because the jump out boys beat him to death in Memphis. He thought he was a victim because he was a victim of crime from the largest mob bosses around. That's what's going on here. There's nobody to protect us from this gang, and it's sick. And you're right, we pay for it. We pay for it with our funds, our tax dollars, and we pay for it with bloodshed of another Black man.
Yeah, and once again, the policies that protect, which is something that we all have the ability, the capacity to dismiss bad politicians and bad policies. All right.
So, yeah, I'm gonna end it there, I guess. Yeah. So, what are your thoughts, Lady Shay, on our way out?
I thought initially none of them officers could shoot.
Unless Shabaka is still in the building, because I put this topic mainly for Shabaka. The next one. I think we got enough time to get this one through. All right, so the truth about Pan-Africanism. So this is one of Tariq's Twitter spaces. Or did you have anything to say about the case, the brother that got shot in 96?
I thought initially the police officers could not shoot.
Yeah. That was beyond overkill. Like, what the hell?
He got out the car.
He got out the car unarmed with his hands up. And it continued to buck at him like, how dare you roll your window up on us, nigga? Yeah, they're race soldiers. That's why I'm glad I got y'all up to code, up to speed with the code. Because that's what we up against. Those are straight up race soldiers that did that shit. And the other one, he was probably a vigilante race soldier. All right. So the last topic of the night is going to be the truth about Pan-Africanism. We might have to repeat this one tomorrow, but there we go. So this one of Tariq Nasheed's Twitter Spaces. Shout out to Tariq. He also is influential in spreading the code, and the code is the leader.
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
All right, let's get Kamal in the building.
Hello, can you hear me?
What's up, Kamal? I can hear you, sir.
Not much. Sitting here at work late night. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. What's on your mind tonight?
So, I just wanted to ask you, because of these wildfires, you know, there's a lot of conspiracies going on. Allegedly, they were started not by a couple of cans of gasoline and matches. They were allegedly started by high energy weapons. What do you think about that? And I'm not about Blacc.
Well, there's been a different conspiracies. And I talked about that weeks ago. But, you know, there were some people who actually set fires. Some was by natural occurrences. So, you know, it's still up in the air. It's still up in the air. Let's get Original Blood in here. Original Blood in the building. Original Blood, what's up, brother? Hop on in.
I was like, what the fuck?
Original Blood ain't saying nothing. Y'all raise your hands if you're ready, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Tyreek. I didn't know I had hit the button.
There it is. What's going on with you, brother?
Oh, not a whole lot, man. Just listening to people. And I have to tell you, man, that your name came up on the local radio station out here today.
What city?
Atlanta.
Okay. What are they saying?
Oh, they said they were saying that you were divisive and all this other stuff. Then this individual called in and told them how these black immigrants started this whole process, and they're salty because they can't compete with us. And he shut them down. And that individual was
me.
Good.
It was me. I told them how a relative of mine, he was working in solar technologies. He was the head supervisor, and he had some black immigrants working under him. And so he saw how they was treating the black Americans, and he put a stop to it. And so they decided to go after him and try to get him fired. And an investigation ensued. And after the investigation, what they said was, well, what we found, they said he has worked with us for X number of years. We've never had an issue with him supervising anyone or working with anyone. And they said, but what we did find is that you was treating black Americans as if they wasn't even human. And they told him, said, well, you know, and see, he would allocate the research to be conducted, right? They would try to go in and change the numbers and do it how they felt it should be done. He's the supervisor, head supervisor. And so they told him, they said, well, but what we did find is that you have a problem with black Americans. And they said, if you can't work with him and take instruction from him, find you somewhere else to work. See, these black immigrants, they are losing, and they're losing very badly. And this one, I'll have to. I got that. I did save the link to that show. I haven't had a chance to go back in, but it was just. I think it was just
radio station. What?
1380 WALK.
Okay. Who was the host?
It was what's her name? Wanderlin. I think it's Wanderlin.
Okay.
Yes.
Are they?
And
what are they?
I'm not. I think she's FBA. I'm not sure.
Okay, because Atlanta got a lot of Democrat shields working in radio down there. So.
Oh, you already know. So you already know. So you already on point.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, but what happened is that, see, a lot of these Pan-Africans, what they're doing is they only want to hear the side. They're taking the side of these black immigrants against us.
Right.
And what they're doing is that so anytime, and like I told them, I said, I have listened to Tariq Nasheed's platform before. Now, when I've listened, he can be talking about stuff specifically for black Americans, but they will call in with their hate, their vehement anti-black American hate, try to disrupt the whole platform. But when I did that, and my cousin told me also, Tyree, he said, this one guy, check this out, he was Jamaican. Say this guy comes into work one day, he was at work for an hour. So somebody noticed him over in the break room just sitting there doing nothing. But they're supposed to have this great work ethic, right? Mm-hmm. And so what happened is, so he was informed, he said, well, you know, you need to come back to work. He said, well, I want to go on break. He said, well, no, you haven't been here long enough to take a break. And then when he said, well, you know what? If you don't want to go back to work, you can go home. And he goes, oh, he ain't right. He ain't right. You know, he ain't right. And see, these are the things that they try to do to undermine us, to get us fired.
Yeah.
So that the people will come after us and not them. But I just want to share that with you, man, because
good looking out on that. But let me land your plane on that, because we got to touch on that with these people who's promoting Pan-Africanism. And we've been having this discussion. These Pan-Africanists always trying to blame me for their Pan-Africanism not working, which is a cop-out. They're always blaming me. Every time people are talking about their Pan-Africanist stuff, the conversation pops on to me. Well, Tariq, all that FBA stuff, Tariq is so divisive. Tariq Nasheed is not stopping none of you from going over to Africa and building your version of Wakanda. I am not stopping none of you. Family, the Pan-African thing, man, it's on its deathbed. And we got to be very real, because that's my thing. I'm all about honesty. I think like a military general, man. That's what my mindset is on. I ain't trying to be sentimental on nothing. I ain't trying to be emotional. I think strategically. Everything I do is all about strategy. Does the shit work or does it not work? If it's working, okay, let's push forward and do more of it. If some shit ain't working, leave it alone and let it go. Let's go to another direction. Because the dominant society, they like us doing shit that don't work so that we get like a little symbolic thrill. That's why they love bringing up marches in Selma and all of that. Yeah, they don't tell you the balance of the marches. See, they do these symbolic marches every year. The Democrats do that. They go take a photo op on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Hey, vote, because this is a tradition. We're fighting for justice and civil rights. And a bunch of black folks got beat up here 70 years ago. Now, they don't tell you the flip side of what happened during the civil rights movement. Yeah, you had one group, the A side, who was in front of the cameras in the media showing dignity in oppression. But then you had the B side, the grassroots in the streets that had the Molotov cocktails and they were on the roof sniping. You understand? So they really minimized the B side, which was the real heartbeat of the movement. But family, just this whole Pan-African thing, we got to be very honest. I saw some documents earlier. One of our Twitter followers, he posted a document from 1961, I think, like some CIA document. And it showed how the CIA, they've been funding the Pan-Africanist groups and the Pan-African movement heavily. Because even in their CIA documents, they looked at Pan-Africanism as not really a threat. They didn't think Pan-Africanism was a threat. Why do y'all think they always promote it? The dominant society promotes that all the time. You dig? And a lot of Pan-Africanists were CIA operatives and FBI operatives. And they are today. Truth be told, we've been saying that for years. A lot of these Pan-African cats who are really hardcore talking about Pan-Africanism, many of them are ops. Many of them are informants. And there's a reason why people who promote Pan-Africanism, they're not looked at as a threat, but those of us who promote our foundational Black American lineage, that's looked at as a major threat. Notice, look how people are shaken and trembling now that we've acknowledged heavily our lineage on this land. Look how everybody is freaking out. Look at all the sock puppet accounts that the feds have to pay for, where people are online denigrating our lineage all day, trying to tell us what we're not. Just every single day, all day. And family, there's a reason why they promote Pan-Africanism, the dominant society, over our lineage here. Because you know what, Pan-Africanism, that lacks a tangible political base in the United States. That's number one. See, the Pan-African movement, that encourages Black people to focus on Africa rather than organizing politically for resources here. And look, most African nations do not have the power or infrastructure to assist foundational Black Americans in achieving any tangible political goals. They don't even have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of over there. So Pan-Africanism, that scene, it's looked at as an ideological movement rather than an actual power shift. It's basically sentimental, symbolic nothing burgers. Let's just be real. There's never nothing tangible with it. It's always one day. Hey man, what's up with this Pan-Africanism? What y'all got going on? Well, one day, nigga, we're gonna have Akon City, we're gonna have Shea Butter Land, and we're gonna have Bushmeatville, and just all this bullshit, and it's just never there. it's a bunch of mythical and improbable goals. Let's be real. A lot of Pan-African ideologies, they revolve around concepts like repatriating to Africa and forming a global Black nation state, which is, let's be real, it's unrealistic due to geopolitical, economic, and cultural barriers, family. And many of the intelligence agencies like the CIA and FBI, they recognize that these ideas don't represent a real world challenge to American power. They know those nations over there are so damn divided and tribal. They don't have anything going on over there outside of their damn villages. They know that. You understand? So that's why they promote it. They're like, oh yeah, talk that African shit. Oh yeah, talk it all day. They know the minute we go over there, we're going to get scammed, which is what happens. The minute we go over there and try to set up something, we start getting scammed left and damn right. And the CIA and the FBI, they've infiltrated so many Pan-African movements since the 60s. You know, they've been placing operatives in these movements. There's so many documents showing that a lot of these Pan-African groups going all the way back to the 60s were controlled oppositions, man. They were controlled opposition left and right. And when they infiltrate these movements, that will ensure that the movement, it's performative rather than really revolutionary. There's a reason, family, they've been talking this Pan-Africanism shit since the 1920s, and there's nothing popping over there in Africa that we are building together. You dig? If it was going to happen, it would have happened. You dig? It's a cool ideology, but it's just not practical. You dig? And a lot of these intelligence agencies and political entities, see, they often encourage Pan-Africanism in the form of cultural festivals and non-threatening academic discussions and economic power partnerships with nations that serve U.S. interests. So basically, they'll sit here and have us prop up Africa, and then they'll send U.S. aid to some of these puppet leaders over there, and the people over there don't get the money. You know what I'm saying? This is what that U.S. aid stuff is exposing. You see, we sit up here and justify them sending money to these corrupt leaders. We don't get none of the money. The people over there on the ground don't get none of the money, but we sit up here promoting this Pan-African ideology while it's being funded with corrupt intentions. And also, another reason why the dominant society promotes this Pan-African thing, because there's a lack of lineage-based claims for reparations. You see, notice, family, when we start talking about reparations, notice these Pan-African organizations that's supposed to be about reparations, but they're controlled oppositions. They're controlled opposition. The minute we start talking about reparations, you get the N-Cobras and all of these groups that's been around forever talking about, man, we don't need no money. And also, all Black people need to get some reparations, and part of the reparations is repatriating back to the motherland. Remember they be saying all that weirdo shit? And we're like, what the hell? They know that's a crash out. They know that's a crash out. Huh? See, that Pan-Africanism, see, that promotes that whole we are all African ideology, which dilutes the specificity of our claims of reparations here and political redress in the United States. See, the Foundation of Black American Delineation Movement, on the other hand, that directly hollers at the U.S. government with specific, tangible demands for justice and compensation, not this Wakanda shit. Maybe one day we're going to have Shea Butter Land. Maybe one day we're going to connect with people in Ghana and man, that's just an idea. We're talking about some real tangibles. We're giving dollar amounts, what we need from this government here, because this is our land. And when they keep on promoting Pan-Africanism, in the media and the education system with these alphabet organizations. See, that's a distraction from domestic Black economic and political power. See, the U.S. government, they see Pan-Africanism as a way to keep Black Americans looking outward rather than organizing politically inward for resources domestically. And that's why everybody's freaking out that we've acknowledged our lineage here. People are freaking the hell out now that we said, hey, you know what? Damn all that old go back to the motherland shit and we're generic Africans. This is our land right here. We're claiming our lineage and our importance to this lineage, and we ain't going nowhere, and we're going to need compensation, you see? And we're uncovering all of the hidden history about our lineage here. That's a threat. That's why everybody's freaking out. Yeah? And remember, J. Edgar Hoover, I always mention COINTELPRO. Family, COINTELPRO, those documents, man, he explicitly identified Black unity as the greatest threat to national security. And us, with our delineation movement and us looking at lineage, that fosters a real lineage-based unity that strengthens political and economic demands. Whereas Pan-Africanism, that relies on like vague cultural ties that don't translate into concrete power. You dig? That's why, family, notice most Black Americans, we've never gravitated towards Kwanzaa. We have never gravitated towards Kwanzaa. Let's be very real. None of you have. Me neither. It sounded cool, you know, hey, African holiday, yay, you know. But deep, we ain't never connected with no damn Kwanzaa. Never. None of us. No, we didn't. It was always foreign to us. You understand? Kwanzaa has always been foreign to us. They've Africanized it. That was that Karanga. You know, he created it, and y'all know his background. I don't even have to say it. You understand? Y'all know his background. Y'all know Karanga's background. I don't even have to say it. That proves my point here, ladies and gentlemen. They get these ops to sit up here and Pan-Africanize us and tell us that we're really generic Africans and we need to look to the motherland. And these people are with the alphabet boys. You see? And they try to crowbar this stuff onto us. Every time we start talking about getting something that's lineage-based and talking about us having appreciation for the land and the nation state that our family built. We're not guests in this country. We're not immigrants. What do these ops do? They run in here with red, black, and green flags telling us that we're really Igbo. You niggas are not FBA. You are Hausa. You are Zulu niggas. They're telling us that we're some vague African tribe. No, the hell we're not. We're not some vague, generic-ass African tribe. We are foundational Black Americans with a long-standing, deeply rooted culture right here on the land that our families built. And we ain't giving that up for nothing. Then, another reason why they promote Pan-Africanism so heavily, Pan-Africanism lacks a military or security element. You understand? It's not a threat. It's never about securing anything or having a militaristic response to systematic oppression. See, historically, successful nationalist movements, they required some form of military or self-defense structure. Like in the 1960s, let's be very clear. The reason why we got things popping, you had the Black Panthers. We had the brothers and sisters marching and singing church songs on camera, but behind the scenes, the Black Panthers, you had the Deacons for Defense, you had the grassroots brothers out here doing guerrilla warfare tactics in urban areas. So that was a militaristic arm. You had the Black Liberation Army. Those were the cats who got Assata Shakur out of jail. You understand? You had grassroots military arms of the movement right here. That was going on here. You see, you hear me talk about what was going on in the 60s. There were riots and uprisings all through the 60s. That was the military arm of the civil rights movement. That long, hot summer of 1967, where there were just race riots all over the country, Black people rising up against the oppressive system using guerrilla warfare tactics. That was the military arm of the movement. It's downplayed in the media now because the narrative is that they want you to believe that white America felt sorry for John Lewis and them getting their ass whooped in Selma. That's the narrative. That ain't it. That's not what really happened. That's one part of the story. The real part of the story, there were brothers out there on the grassroots putting foot to ass, forcing the U.S. government to sign these bills that gave us the proper rights we're supposed to get. Pan-Africanism don't have shit like that. You understand? The Pan-African movement, it lacks that component, and it just focuses on abstract discussions rather than organizing for self-defense or real political leverage. It's just talk. Just be real. It's a bunch of goddamn talk. It's about niggas, you putting on some dashikis, you smashing a Kenyan broad, and you eating some jollof, and that's it. There's nothing. You're not building nothing. You're not protecting anything militarily. Yeah? We're just keeping it real today. We just got to keep it a buck. And see, the thing is, Pan-Africanism, again, you're looking outside of here, looking globally, but when we're talking about our foundation of Black American lineage, that's very specific to the United States of America. And that's a challenge, see? The foundation of Black American delineation movement, it centers on our unique historical, economic, legal claim that foundational Black Americans have against the U.S. government. So that's a direct challenge. Whereas Pan-Africanism, that's just, it disperses and the focus is across multiple nations, and it just reduces any likelihood of any single entity being held accountable. You understand what I'm saying? Look, when you talk about Pan-Africanism, it's basically like Wakanda. You're not going to build anything unless you address white supremacy, because you're in this mess because of white supremacy. White supremacy never went anywhere. Pan-Africanism gives the false notion that if we just go somewhere in Africa, we will be away from white supremacy so we don't have to deal with it. That's horseshit. You understand? That's why it don't work. Nothing works. Because wherever you go, you're still going to deal with white supremacy. So we might as well deal with that shit here. I don't want to go to Africa and deal with white supremacy in blackface. I don't want to deal with some musty tether who's been propped up by the white supremacists to smash down on other Black people, where the white supremacist is hiding somewhere safe and sound and they're paying off some ashy Negro to do the dirty work for them. No, I'd rather deal with the white supremacist directly than a Negro puppet. Yeah. And another thing with Pan-Africanism, see, that opens the door for immigration over here too. See, when we're sitting up here like, yeah, we all African, everybody's African, then all of a sudden a bunch of Mexicans are, I'm African too, I got a Black abuela, let me in. Yes, all lives matter. I got a Black abuela, she's African. Then you open the damn door for everybody. Whereas us, when we're looking at our lineage, that challenges immigration. See, the U.S. government, they use immigration to dilute foundational Black Americans' political power. And we, foundational Black Americans, we're calling that out directly. Pan-Africanism, it embraces all of that inclusive, everybody got to get together. And that's part of the government agenda. That's why the U.S. government loves promoting Pan-Africanism. You go to these schools, they got African studies all damn day. They'll let you talk about going to Africa. Oh, dude, here's all the money in the world. Let's bring over some African teachers. Why you think all these damn universities got these tethered teachers who sit up online and call us akatas and shit all day? These HBCUs are now flooded with tether teachers and tether administrators. Look at Howard University. It's tethered down. No disrespect to Howard. And Howard University fired our good sister, Queen Mother, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, because she was going in on white supremacy so heavily. I never forgave them for that. Yeah, we should never let them forget that. I'm going to talk about that in the new Hidden Colors movie. I'm going to put their ass on the hot seat about that. Oh, yes. I can't wait to do the next Hidden Colors 6. We're going to put some asses on them hot seats. We're going to expose all of that. We're going to let y'all know what they did to our sister. Oh, yeah, we going there. We going there. Okay. Nush, hop in, Nush. Nush, hop in. Nush, hop in. Unmute your microphone, Nush. Nush, unmute your microphone. Because you're always doing these weird gestures. Nush, unmute your microphone, please. Because you get up here every night throwing up different emojis and you don't get on, so I don't have to block you. What's up? Is that my sister Claudia? What's up, Claudia? My lovely sister Claudia Jordan. Everybody say what's up to Claudia. Where you been hiding, beloved? But yeah, like I said, the dominant society, they like to promote Pan-Africanism because they know it's not a threat. Us, centered around our lineage, that's the threat, ladies and gentlemen. Because now, and I told people, look, we start getting our lineage and our culture together, everything else is going to fall into place. I've always been focused. That's why I'm very, very heavily focused on our culture. Once we really get an understanding of our culture and really appreciate our culture and what it is and how unique it is, everything else is going to fall in place, and everything is falling in place. Everything is falling in place. Yeah. Now let me get some more people in here. Shout out to everybody in here. We're in here deep. Let's get brother Sean in here. Sean, hop on in here, Sean. Brother Sean looks like a background singer for the OJs. What's up, Sean? How are you, sir?
What's going on, Tariq? I just wanted to give you your flowers, man. My grandfather introduced me to Hidden Colors back when I was an undergrad, and that changed my life, man. I'm currently a filmmaker, getting my master's in documentary film at Northwestern, and man, I just want to say you definitely inspire me, and these spaces just continuously keep me informed, and more importantly, it's inspiring me to do my own research. So just thankful for that. I got one question though. Any advice for me as an independent filmmaker as far as crowdfunding and, just building a community to support my films and my own independent works?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Basically, man, just really network with people on social media. Start giving samples of some of your work so that people can see what your get down is. So when you start crowdfunding, people can see what they are getting into. They can see what they're investing in, and just make your stuff real good and make it socially relevant, because that's always a good thing for new filmmakers. And just make it real thorough. Make it real thorough, man. And the audience is there. They'll come to you. Yeah, and proud of you, brother. I love to see our young brothers in school doing their thing. I love that. Let's get Meyer. Let's get Meyer in here. Meyer Charlotte. What's up, Meyer Charlotte?
Hey, everything's going well tonight, Tariq. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. How are you doing tonight?
All is well. I just really wanted to ask you a question. What do you think about this whole notion coming out of Stanford University with the older maps of South Africa being the true Jerusalem?
I haven't heard that one. Yeah, I haven't heard that at all. When did they come out with that?
Yeah, so there's these maps by Gordon Ramsay. He's a historian, and he's at Stanford University for years with his own sort of organization with the historical maps, showing proof that South Africa had the biblical cities. Yeah.
That's possible. I got to look into it, though. I haven't heard that, but it's possible. It's possible. Let's get Dre in here. Dre in the building.
Oh, can you hear me? My mic was off. Can you
Yeah,
hear me
what's
now?
up, Joe? I can
Yeah,
hear.
what's up? Yeah, what's up, Tyree? Hey, one time I want to shout out to our brother ASAP Rocky. You know,
Yes.
he's on trial right now,
Yeah.
and the trial is a sham. Basically, like basically his best friends trying to extort him after a fight that he provoked, and they got him on recording saying that he should get he's gonna get 3 million and all this other stuff. So one time for him, case is gonna get thrown out. But you never know, they might do him like Tory, you know, they gave him 10 years. But
Yeah.
yeah, man.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I'm watching the case. Yeah, Relly was crashing out on the stand, and they had some good testimony today from the other cat. What was the guy name on there today who's on the stand?
12 ASAP 12.
Yeah. So he was giving some real good testimony. He was very credible, and hopefully Rocky's gonna get off. I think Rocky's gonna get off because it was a cap gun. I think Relly knew it was a cap gun. Relly allegedly instigated the altercation so that he can get a bag. That's the new thing now. You is who try to instigate shit, and then when you start popping down on them and punching on them and getting them up off you, they go run like bitches and file charges. That's some whole shit niggas are doing now, man. So yeah, my brother Rock is my guy, real good dude. ASAP Rocky's a real solid brother, man. He came out and supported me when we did microphone check. He came out to the theater and kicked it with me out there, man. Good dude, man. And I think my brother's going walk off with this. They tried to give him that a pretty cool little deal, like 6 months in jail. He said, "Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna take this to court." So a lot of folks was like, he should have took the plea. So he knows that he knew that the case was weak. It's a weak case. It's a money grab. And yeah, hopefully, I think my brother Rocky's gonna be victorious with this. Yeah, I think he's going to be victorious with this, and we're going to keep our brother in the prayers, and he's going to be good. But Rocky's a good guy. ASAP is a real good young dude, man. Let me see who else we got. Let me see. Y'all raise your hand. Y'all raise your hand up in here. Raise your hand up in here. And Claudia, what are you doing up this time of night? Claudia, are you in Dallas now? Where are you in? Let me get Claudia in here real quick. Are you still in Texas, Claudia? You be all over the place, dear. I know you were down in Texas for a minute. Let me see. Y'all raise your hand if y'all ready. Ladies and gentlemen, raise your hand if you're ready. Who else we got? Let me see. I want to get some new faces in here. Want to get some new faces. Excuse me. Let me see. Let's get Brother Solon in the building. Solon, what's up, brother? Solon in the building.
Good evening, Tariq. How you doing today? I'm in Denver. So I have a question.
Yes, what's going on, brother?
All right. So my question is, um, why is it that leftists only pop out when they need?
Solon in the building.
I think I know this person that's talking.
What would give you an indication of that?
Salon, that's Preach's name.
From where?
That's his government name. Preach.
No, but that's not how the conversation started.
The conversation started, he said, I'm in Denver.
Remind it.
I did.
Good evening, Tariq. How you doing today? I'm in Denver. So I have a question.
Yes, what's going on, brother?
All right. So my question is, why is it that leftists only pop out when they need our support to pivot and ally with them for class solidarity? Yet when it comes to specific needs, they go silent, and especially our economic sovereignty.
Yeah.
And why does it seem to come packaged with Pan-Africanism, as if we're supposed to abandon our own identity to fit in with global or class struggle. Why do they want us to be $5 Africans so bad?
Yeah, and that's a very good question. That's what I was just talking about. They want to do the whole Pan-African thing. So if we get on the Pan-African thing, that opens the door for us to sit here and co-sign all of these immigrants. And these immigrants are being put on top of us to displace us and basically erase us culturally. And us promoting that Pan-Africanism thing that they keep bringing to us, that erases us. That makes us invisible. So that makes us seem like we don't have a culture because we're sitting here acting like generic Africans. So basically all we are basically couriers for African culture. You see, because everything we do, we start contributing things to Africa. Everything we do. Well, it was the Bantu tribe that started rapping 1,000 years ago. That's where Black people got it. No. Yeah. We let that nonsense happen, and we have to stop doing that. Because it's a con game. And again, we got to watch out again for with the Democrats now. They're doing a lot of performative blackness. I saw something the DNC was doing, and they had all these women out here. Hey, hello, a Black woman is speaking. And they just really trying to black it up.
But we got to
I is a Black woman. They had all these big old burly studs up here. I is the Black woman. The Black woman is all this. Okay, they really black. But when it comes time to doing something tangible for Black women and the Black community, all of a sudden, everybody gets to hemming and hawing, twinkling their fingers and talking about, well, we got to do something for immigrants and LGBT first now.
Okay, he said her.
So I'm not with all that performative black shit.
Oh, he's from Houston.
We're not going to do all that. You're not going to sit up here yelling black. And when it's time to do something for black. Oh, no, we got to wait now. I'm not the senator for Black America. I'm the senator for all America. Remember, that's that Obama shit they told us.
Definitely FBA.
Like, hey, Obama, we kind of suffering out here. You know, can you do something for the Black community? Oh, I'm not the president of Black America. I'm the president of all America. But nigga, you just gave a whole bunch of stuff to the Latinos, the Asians, everybody else. Yeah. Y'all rolling the red carpet out for everybody else. Now we're seeing these receipts from that U.S. aid. Boy, y'all giving all of the tangibles to all of these other groups, and everybody's getting tangibles.
My favorite is Say Reno, though.
Yeah. And we're sitting here left holding a plate full of crumbs. So that's a problem. Let me get my brother Terrain in the building.
R.I.P. the fat.
Brother Terrain, hop on in, sir.
And DJ Script.
Brother Terrain.
How you doing tonight?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
I'm good, man. Excellent space. I wanted to ask you something.
Yes.
I don't know if you've seen it, but Time Magazine a couple of days ago, they put out this article with all these Negroes that nobody ever heard of, talking about they're the new black leadership. And I see something that's starting to happen now. A lot of these people that I call Negro whisperers, you know, the people in the Democratic Party, the people in the DNC, they are starting to talk like grassroots advocates again.
Right.
And, you know what I mean? And I feel like, I don't know if you noticed it, but I remember like when right before the election was coming, they was talking real greasy to Black Americans about if you don't vote for Kamala, if you don't get behind the Democratic Party, y'all need to die and everything sort of stuff. And now that they got their asses kicked, now they're trying to come back home, or they're trying to position themselves to be grassroots leaders, because I see them all the time. So my question is, how do we start building up a cadre of actual grassroots leaders who can get the mic away from these people? Because it's going to be the same thing over again, like it was in 2020 and 2024 if we don't.
Yes, indeed. And very good question. So what we got to do, we got to look at the people who've been consistent on the grassroots. We got to look at people out here who's been out here consistent all day long, not flipping, not pivoting to these Democrat shield talking points, not pivoting to far right talking points. That's another problem too, because we got these people out here who will try to act like they're grassroots and they'll be conservative. And there's nothing wrong with being conservative, nothing wrong with being a liberal, but just as long as you're for the community. I don't give a damn what political party you're with. What tangible benefits do you want to see Black people get? That's my thing. If you are a person who's left wing and we start talking about tangibles for Black people, and then y'all start talking about, oh, we all in this together now. Reparations is divisive now. Well, now you use something else. And then on the right, you got people like, well, we don't need no reparations. Leave these white people alone. Slavery was so long ago. Now that's somebody who's trying to perform for white people. You see? So we got to make sure we don't get Negroes out here trying to do a performance for white people. You got left-wing Negroes performing for the DNC whites, and then you got right-wing Negroes performing for the RNC whites and the MAGA whites. So we got to get people who are not performative activists out here. You see, people try to, you can't put me, the media tries to say I'm a leftist. I'm not. Then they try to say I'm MAGA. I ain't that. Definitely not that. I'm apolitical. I don't give a damn about no political party. I care about policies. I'm a policy person. I ain't married to no damn political party. I don't like none of them. What policies are you going to give that's going to benefit the people of my lineage? Because they need tangible benefits. And we got to stop being afraid to put it like that. We get scared. You understand? We got to be like old girl over there who was in Pakistan or Niger. We got to be like her. That's why she took off and blew up. She didn't give a damn. She was letting them know, I need some paper. I need 20,000 in my pocket right now. I need 100,000. I'm going to fix this place up. I need 5,000 every week.
Yeah, that's what she said.
We need to be like that.
You gotta listen.
Just like fuck it.
Talking about this.
Let me hold something.
Money.
Damn that. I don't give a damn how crazy it's. I'm MAGA. I ain't that. Definitely not that.
Listen.
I'm apolitical. I don't give a damn about no political party. I care about policies. I'm a policy person. I ain't married to no damn political party. I don't like none of them. What policies are you going to give that's going to benefit the people of my lineage? Because they need tangible benefits. And we got to stop being afraid to put it like that. We get scared. You understand? We got to be like old girl over there who was in Pakistan or Niger. We got to be like her. That's why she took off and blew up. She didn't give a damn. She was letting them know, I need some paper. I need 20,000 in my pocket right now. I need 100,000. I'm going to fix this place up. I need 5,000 every week. We need to be like that. Just like, fuck it. Well, let me hold something. Damn that. I don't give a damn how crazy it sounds. Let me hold something. Because we are owed something. Let me hold something because we owed something.
That's funny.
Yeah.
All right, let me get some more people in here. Shout out to the family in here. We're in here deep.
It's been some few years back.
We're in here deep, ladies and gentlemen.
I knew it wasn't recent.
All right, y'all raise your hands so we can get y'all on here. Let's get
I knew it wasn't recent.
let's get Mr. AI. Mr. AI in the building.
It's like 5 years ago.
Mr. AI, hop on in.
It would have been easier if you.
Flex, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. I just want to say shout out to those brothers and sisters out in Cincinnati that are standing on business against those white supremacists out there. And let me say that I got a question. What's your take on Donald Trump trying to bring these South African boys over here in here in the United States? Because I think we got to be ready for those folks.
Yeah. So that's gonna be it. So I guess that must be something he's doing for Elon or something. But yeah, bringing them boys from South Africa over here, putting sanctions on South Africa and all that stuff. Yeah, those boys better not come over here with that bullshit. Yeah, dig. So I guess that's him throwing a bone to Elon because that's where Elon is from. So I'm not surprised. These people do not surprise me whatsoever.
Gonna be one of me smelling like a musty cheddar. All right, y'all. We're gonna end it here. So thank y'all for staying up late with us. Yes, I'm gonna do all of that. So thank y'all for tapping in. like we've been saying for years, Pan-Africanism is dead. It hasn't been reciprocated, so as long as it's not being reciprocated, it is dead. It is on life support at this point. So thank y'all for staying up late with us. Shout out to everybody that tapped in. We have Mac 285 in the building. Shout out to you. We got Mike's Concrete Nap. Shout out to you, B1. We have Shabaka in here. We have Crew in here. Crew Reality. Shout out to you. Who else do we have in here? We had some other people in here as well. We had Kahari in here. Shout out to Kahari. We made our goal of 200, so we got to get another 300. Then, so the next goal is 300. Jam Jamboree. Shout out to you. Shout out to JT, the Underrated Darkness as well.
You see there?
We had Twin. That's where the brother came from.
Oh, yeah.
We had Twin. Shout out to Twin, our hype man, as well as Mac 285. And anybody that was peeking but not speaking. All right, Lady Trey, what is your closing?
I don't necessarily share the same agreement with that about Pan-Africanism. I think it's, I look at it differently, just like I look at Black Supremacy and stuff like that. I look at it all very differently. And I don't agree with that thing. There's so much hypocrisy out there, you know. I would say this though, I'm pretty lady. The show went pretty well, so broadcast went pretty well. I mean, I'd say this though, we have to stay very, very alert, and I'm very proud of us by getting involved in these little protests and whatnot with these with the Hispanic people and the people at the state capitol and all this shit. You know, I'm glad that we could talk about stuff in and out. I would just say this, that as we're, you know, getting ourselves footed in this new media wave that we're on, and we're leading to our stuff, that we really stay vigilant, because it started, you know, even with us, some things can really get toxic. And a lot of things are like meant to, they only show us a little bit to get us outraged, you know. And the more we search and the more we read, not everybody's gonna share the same views. And right now, in a time of war, we're trying to get on certain accord. I don't want to be confused, you know, because the more everybody wakes up, and the more we're seeing all this wound festering and all these exposures are coming out, and none of it's a good look. And I don't even know where to stand sometimes on it. I just know that we got to just keep pushing, because it's gonna get bad.
Mayfield.
It's gonna get bad, very bad, very quickly, and it's probably gonna, you know, affect us on some level, one way or the other. We just can't get involved with the madness, you know. So I'm very proud of us staying out of shit like the protests at the Capitol, the protests, the Hispanic immigrant protests.
Yeah, the day of no immigrants or some stupid shit.
And like, you know, the other thing is too, like, you know, we're watching
the protests against the dump. Go ahead.
We're watching Black performative theater in our city council, and that kind of shit is really getting on my goddamn nerves. Like,
from Gay and Black, yeah.
No, Jesus Christ, Jesse. It's you talk to me type thing. Like, I'm trying to make a statement.
Okay,
like when we love looking at like stuff like city council, and these are very performative arts, like political posturing and positioning and performance. Like I referred to Aurora. These that'll get, you know, chance to be heard at a little stupid 3 minutes of city council is vital. You know, and well, these motherfuckers take up pick and choose causes to get selectively outraged about. It's really, those are the kind of things that need to be stopped, you know, too.
Yeah.
Because those people, I don't know why you agree, those people are the real fucking problem too. because they can do whatever they want and fuck up a whole system. So that anybody who has any serious demand for city council or things like that to answer to, they won't be able to get it across because fuck nuts want to do performing in fucking theater at the city council and be really loud and demanding about it when knowing goddamn well that they are guilty of their own fucking shames at this base. So you can't pick and choose whatever selective black pain you want to sign up to, and that's crazy too. So and those things like, I have no patience. So it's like, nah, I don't like giving them another chance. Nope, it sounds like they say some other shit now. And it's not very wishy washy and very confusing. And if I feel confused, then what do you think other people feel confused? Or other people are watching certain thought leaders, and they're like, yeah, I would have never thought you would this way, Uncle Phil.
Yeah.
I don't believe in you no more. That's their shit. Geez, Tariq, I didn't think you were gonna think like this. You think so? Please don't make me. Like, yeah, damn it, I was really, you were going so strong. You know what I mean? Some things might not agree to my system, and it seems like the more that this administration gets underway, some of us just start like just moving around funnier for a quick second, and then we pray they step back. Pray they step back because there's no way. If you think this and other people, thousands of people follow you, or thousands of people listen, and then they got to pick up a question. Yeah, they got to pick up a question things because just because one person says this doesn't mean it's necessarily true. I learned that more so this year in just the last couple of months. It really got me wondering,
Yeah.
And I don't like that. I don't like the way that feels, but if we don't keep asking questions, how can we keep weeding out the riffraff, I guess? So hold your vote like you hold your Swilla. Actually, hold out for everything that is tangible. If it's not going to be tangible because it sounds good, everything sounds good, everything sounds pleasant, but just keep in mind that that's how they got us. That's how this gets anyway, by pandering to our emotional needs, and sometimes we just absolutely fall into the pandering, and next thing you know, we're enslaved to this motherfucking thought process that doesn't evolve, or it's kind of sheepish, and it's meant to be very strong and empowering, might lead you down the wrong path. Like, I almost feel misled. Saying, like, free thinking at all times is like a necessity. All of a sudden it kicked in, Jesse. Look, it kicked in. Yeah, so stay black, stay dangerous. Got part 3 tomorrow, right? Or part 3 later on today.
Yeah, later on today.
Yeah. And City Council just go film himself going off on City Council again.
Yeah. And hopefully Lady Chick can speak.
Yeah, they don't let me do nothing. We thought the dog got no. Seems like the dog ain't got no program no more, so.
It's just temporary. We still have a program, we just can't temporarily access it.
Damn, no good deed goes unpunished, Bradley. No good deed goes unpunished. So I just want to say that. Everybody have a beautiful day. Keep your head on swivel, and don't get involved with them, or don't get involved with whatever the fuck they're doing. Just look and laugh and keep pushing.
Are you talking about the buffer classes?
Man, everybody just can't get involved.
Yep.
You guys still gotta go to work.
Don't put the cape on for any of these groups.
No, because trust me, they ain't got the cape on for any of our causes.
Hell no.
Any of our causes, they get away with it. They're gonna put White Tears Matter. Their complexion is getting whatever they want. And you watching it too as they're fucking eat themselves alive. They're not going anywhere with it, but they're not gonna let you just walk away freely. So might as well amuse themselves, within reason. So shout out to the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl thing looked good too.
Yeah.
The little 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
The halftime show. It looked really good. Didn't focus on that. It looked really good.
Yeah.
It looked like
Yeah,
they
I
did a good
streamed it
job.
on my personal page, y'all.
Yeah, I saw.
Let me
Yeah,
see.
I
I'll
heard
check
that.
it out.
I
I'm
was like,
telling the viewers, though. Let me see.
yeah, it's like it looked good though. It looked good.
Yeah, it did.
It sounded good. It sounded like you was doing a medley, like a combination of all kinds of songs.
Yeah.
I was like, it sounded good.
Yeah, he did your song too. I was like, Lady Che, I wish you would have been here.
Which is?
Humble.
That's it. Daddy, don't kill my bitch, don't kill my mom.
No, he didn't do that one. He did do it. They're not like us, though.
He did.
Yeah.
No, I was saying, bitch, don't kill my mom. The whole like.
He did turn off his TV.
Oh, he was dropping a lot of hot you were one of the people listen and watch the Super Bowl. I used to watch that part and listen to it. He was dropping a lot of FBA.
Yeah, he was.
Lines, but mostly for messaging.
Yeah.
You know, like if it worked, you would have seen like some messages go back to the president, like, "Hey man, this is what need to be doing." Like he was really speaking to us, you know.
Yeah.
I couldn't listen to the whole thing because my brother was talking to me, but I know that the piece I did catch seemed very FBA, language now, like for us, with it. So I don't want to say too much about it, but I was saying that I felt like, man, it's a good message, you know what I mean?
Right.
For the administration, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I felt like it was good. I felt it was good. And I liked it. I thought it was great. So at least I couldn't really hear it, but for what I saw, I think he did a good job.
Yeah, I think so too. I watched. I guess on our way out, I could play it for y'all.
No, you might get copyright.
I did the copyright disclaimer twice.
Yeah, but
I could do it again before.
They might accept it because, like, all right.
Let's try it. Let's see.
I feel like how you do anything.
I mean, you're gonna copyright I have to copyright my own shit. I recorded it.
Oh no! You gotta play that. Don't do that. It won't come out clear. So like, they don't ever find it.
No, it's not. It's not on the Frontline Black News.
I mean, they don't find that anyway. They don't have to necessarily go to yours. And it's gonna be if it's gonna be gritty or greeny, whatever. Yeah, get some bullshit. Just I was pulling around the internet. I feel like everything ever since they took my shit down the other night. Nothing. I don't even feel like I want to do the show anymore because everything I got right was the same spot.
Make sure y'all sub up to this channel right here.
Channel. I'm not even looking at it. Let's keep it like let the run. Oh my god, I can't sit right now. I watched it on the internet. Separate channel. I was perusing. I was actually these last couple of days catching up on all the Elon Musk drama, and then I was over there catching up on Gabriel Ferrari stuff. So I was in this documentary series, so I've been all over the place, and watching Trump fuck up too, a little bit left and right.
Yeah, they might have took it down.
What?
The video.
Told you. So anyway, thank you, Felly.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, see?
Oh, it kept the highlight, but it took the other one down. Partially blocked. It says partially blocked.
Oh, you're showing your own shit, right?
Yeah.
Well, whatever. I don't know, but that's pretty good. I like the. Well, I could see even if I couldn't hear that much, and then I forget them, but they had this shit all together. It was nice and sexual. I thought it was pretty good. I've never seen a Super Bowl that interesting in a while.
Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair goddamn use.
I ain't watching it.
Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, and scholarship and education and research.
See, with earlier, I had all that going on and they took my shit.
I want to do a quick live on Super Bowl halftime show since I can get away with it. I'm trying to do it. I love it. I love to see it. I can't put down, so that's me. I'm talking. Shout out to the real Chiefs fans. I'm talking about football, bandwagon my team, the Broncos, last time we won the Super Bowl 10 years ago. Yeah, I was on TBA. Scored 24-0. They got shut out in the first half. The Chiefs, Kansas City Chiefs. That's all Kansas City. Please. I think that's the first time that's ever happened in Super Bowl history. Grand evening, whoever's tapping in. Oh yeah, I'm waiting on KATT too, cause I'm gonna try to stream it for y'all. I really am. They might hit me with the fair use. Can you hit the copyright disclaimer? I don't think I can put it in. I think I'm vertical. I don't know how this works. I think this is just what you go on when you go live on the phone. I'm gonna try to share it. I'm gonna try to share it. Okay, I just finished sharing it. Can I put comments in? Start a poll. Oh yeah, let me start a poll. Do you think the Eagles will beat the Chiefs? Because I'm still here. This damn TV and this fan on. Let me turn those down so y'all can hear me clear.
Just go to that channel and watch it.
Yeah.
Say like this is never get to work.
All my damn clothes. So the water has been out for like 2-3 days here. They just turned it back on like 2 days ago. And now the heat's out. So we just can't win for losing. We got a little heat right here. So, a big storm coming tomorrow. Oh shit, okay, here we go, y'all. I'm about to turn it over so y'all can see it. You can hear it though. Fair use, fair use. I do not own the rights to this music because I took a nap and woke up. Oh, okay, got you. Here it is, cuz I'm going to try to do it. Fair use, fair use. I do not own the rights to any of this. This is for criticism content, research purposes. That's it, that's all. Everybody must be judged. But this time, God only favored us. Oh, good. Can you hear it? Then I own the rights to any of this shit right here. Look at them go. Look at them go.
Yeah.
He said the revolution is about to be televised. He took the right guys to do it, but at the wrong time. Here it go. They not like us, Fair use, somebody put the fair use copyright disclaimer in the chat. I'm trying to figure out how to do it, but apparently I can't
Hello from the building. We about to wrap it up. I was just playing that video I did earlier. It was just me and you on the,
I got it
on the
pinned on
chat.
my phone, but I can't put it in the chat.
Tracking from Compton to the Bay Area was repping. Yep.
Fair use. Scrabble. Oh shit.
That's the part that I said he hated.
Damn Steven.
That's Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, he did trouble.
He was watching it.
You see that look like the flag, cuz? It look like the flag, got the loaves, then you got the oolahs, and then you got the ones in all white. Fair use, I do not own the music phone. Because don't just went viral. Oh, this is Lady Taste.
In there, you would have got it out.
This is Lady Taste song. Hold on. See humble, Queen. I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I got loyalty inside my DNA. I was born like this, transformed like this. Big conception, I transform like this. Weapon, I don't contemplate, I hesitate and coffee looking good. Oh, here we go. Not like us. There it is, guys. It's the point I was waiting on. There, I guess I don't own the music, cuz it's that Super Bowl ticket, Super Bowl halftime show.
FBA on the stage, the jacket. Yep, so was.
Turn the TV off. It's JP LP. JLP. Oh, that shit, the old school with it. That's how we used to see on the corners, just like that. Oh, Samuel damn Jackson. Here we go. Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. I do not own the rights to this music for criticism, content, and research purposes.
Yep, no 3 feet, no 30 feet for Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, he's out of the dope conversation. Thank God.
Right, I think up on G Live. Pick the road. Oh, not like us. Come on. Come on, not like us. There we go. You know you're going to do it. There it go, cuz.
I was coming up with that belly. Watching it live for a while.
They're going to do it after this.
Yeah, I know he was punching the wall. He was punching the wall, banging his head against the wall. Yeah, because he said he wasn't going to do it. It was like daring him not to do it. They're not doing it, not like that. That's Super Bowl. And he said, should I do it or should I not do it? I'm going to do it. They went all the way back to Black Panther with this one. This song was on the Black Panther soundtrack. All the boys.
On the run to this music, to start that beat to see. Oh, the stars. Ooh, that's Black Panther with it. This is from the Black Panther soundtrack. Okay, here we go. Not like us. Come on. America wants not like us. There we go. Yep, messed up. Here it is, cuz. Here we go. This is the part we're waiting on right here. I know I got like super songs now, but this shit right here. But you can't fake influence. Somebody's got to pop out the shoulders. like young. The members on the cell block 1. Sister phone. I'ma do my stuff. Ain't you tired? Trying to start recording. It's probably A minor. They're not like us. They're not like us. They're not like us. Oh, is it Serena again? See you walking? They're not like us. I'm gonna call you back. Sorry, y'all. Shabaka just tried to call me. Hold on, Shabaka. I'm gonna get back to you. Shabaka called me right when the car film came on. Mustard out there. Turn the TV off, 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 turn the TV off. Game over. All right, y'all. Damn. I got a majority of it. I did not own the rest of none of this music. So I'm watching my
Their emergency mission ran prisoner team development announced to impose large measures of you should not be named Dre Scott unless you have defended us. If you have not
all right, y'all. Appreciate y'all staying up late with us. I'm gonna end the stream now. I'm glad the Eagles won. Hell with the Queefs. No Trey Dynasty. No Trey Pete for the Investors. So that's great news. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all later for part 3. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Buck Experience Enhanced. Oh, cuz we hit 200. Peace and black love.